As we initiate chaos, theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful
Good morning, everyone. We are coming back for lunch, just kind of to orient you to where we are. We are coming back from lunch, and we are going to be heading into the testimony of the estate lawyer for Eric Richins. So I'm guessing the one that was hired after Kouri decided to take the trust to court. So that's kind of where we are. We are at 1.25. So that's where we are. She's a fairly short witness, but it looks like then we are going to be spending the rest of the evening with, well, side piece Grossman and reading what I can only hope are texts without loin fire, because I don't know if I can handle that level of cringe this early. But we are here. I have sent Nick an invite. He has real life, so we are going to try to get this party going so he can be here when we get to those redonkulous texts. So let's get into this. Oh, let me turn on the sound. I see our lawyer with a rich velvet voice got a haircut.
Counsel, we're back on the record. Ms. Sherbanek, Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor, other than I'd like to clean up a bit.
Okay. Blame Mr. Burmester. All right. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Give me a preview. Who's the next witness?
Crystal Bowman Carter.
Okay. Will you get the jury ready to go and bring them in? Thank you.
I really don't like the houndstooth pattern.
Please have a seat. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Sherbanek, the state's next witness.
Crystal Bowman Carter, please.
Ms. Bowman Carter, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Crystal Bowman Carter. My last name is spelled Bowman-Carter.
What do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
What kind of attorney are you?
I focus on estate planning and a little bit of business work.
How long have you been doing estate planning?
I have been licensed since 1996 to practice law, but I've been doing estate planning almost exclusively since 2012.
And do you do that practice here locally?
Yes, I have an office in Park City.
Approximately how many estate plans have you drafted in your practice?
1,400, 1,500.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I did some work for him.
What kind of work did you do for him?
I did 2 projects for him. First, I did a buy-sell agreement for him and his partner for their business, C&E Stonemasonry. And then I did his estate planning.
Did you meet with him in person?
Yes.
How many times?
At least 4.
Did you know Kouri Richins?
I know of her. I've talked to her on the phone once the day that Eric died.
I want to talk about the first legal project that you did for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was related to his business, C&E Stonemasonry. Is that right?
Correct.
When did you complete this agreement, or when did you work on this project for him?
I was first contacted in June of 2018 by his financial advisor. We got the ball rolling. I gathered information, and then we ended up signing it almost a year later, June 25th, 2019.
In general, explain to the jury, what is a buy-sell agreement?
A buy-sell agreement is a contract between owners of a company that sets out the terms in advance for what will happen when there is a transfer of a business.
How the hell did Diane West get here? Oh gosh, now it's escaping me. I'm thinking of all the movies she's been in, and the names of them have escaped me, but she's in a lot of movies. Crap, why is she's anywho, when I think of a movie that she's been in, she was in The 10th Kingdom, which was a miniseries on ABC that I'm sure The Birdcage. Yes, okay. Actually, she looks very much like this woman looks very much like she did in The Birdcage. I'm very tempted to say, let's just watch The Birdcage, y'all. But we won't. We will be mature adults.
Interest, whether it's by sale or because of an owner's disability or their death.
Are buy-sell agreements, in your experience, are they common?
Yes.
If we could show the witness Exhibit 4-2, please.
Apologize. We'll fix that. Scott, if you unplug for me.
Again, not sure about the stripe look.
You should be able to see that.
I can see it.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the C&E Stonemasonry LLC buy-sell agreement that I prepared.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit 4-2.
Ms. Lewis. Oh,
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. States 4-2 is admitted.
If we could publish this and move to Article 3, please. What's contained in Article 3 of this agreement?
Article 3 provides what happens if one of the partners or owners of the company were to die.
And essentially, what does it say in non-lawyer speak?
Well, the mandatory cross-purchase agreement provides that if one of the partners dies, either Eric or Kouri, then the decedent, the person who has died, their estate has to purchase the business interest from the surviving partner using life insurance.
And is that the life insurance was what was used in this buy-sell agreement?
Yeah, so this buy-sell agreement used 4 different $1 million life insurance policies. Each of Kouri and Eric had 2 $1 million policies on the life of the other. And if one of them were to die, they had to use that money to purchase the interest in C&E Stonemasonry from the estate, so that the survivor could continue to control the company and run the company.
Is that a pretty common thing in buy-sell agreements?
Excuse me.
Yes, it is. I want to move now to talk about the second project that you did for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was a estate planning project. Was that did that take place in October of 2020?
Yes, he came to see me. He called my office on October 5th and came to see me on October 13th, 2020.
And so what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to update his estate plan and revoke a prior power of attorney that had been abused.
When we're talking about an estate plan, what are the main documents that come out of an estate plan?
So the basic estate plan that everyone needs is a will, a durable power of attorney, and a healthcare directive. And sometimes, most of the time in my practice, you also need a trust to avoid probate and to protect the beneficiaries of your estate plan from themselves or from others.
In preparation for that meeting with Eric Richins, did he fill out some paperwork before and during that appointment?
Yes, I have all of my clients fill out an intake worksheet, gather information about their priorities and their assets. He partially filled it out and brought it in with him to our meeting, and then we filled out the rest together as we discussed what needed to be done.
And these intake worksheets, how is that something that your firm uses with every client, or how does that work?
Yeah, either my office manager or my receptionist sends it out to everyone. It's something I can't really function without.
Okay. If we could show the witness 4-9, please. And go ahead and scroll through it so she can see the whole
lying
thing.
war.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
That's my estate planning worksheet filled out by partially by Eric and partially by me.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit 4-9.
No objection.
4-9 is admitted.
Now, if you could take that binder in front of you and turn to tab 9. Is that the same exhibit that we're looking at in 4-9?
No.
Okay. Which one is that?
You're having me look at the healthcare directive.
Oh, I see. We'll come back to that one. I had it labeled wrong. Before creating Eric Richins' estate plan, did you review a premarital agreement?
I reviewed it the day before he signed his estate plan.
Okay. If we could, 4-1 is the premarital agreement. That's already been admitted. If we could publish that, please, and go to section 1 and paragraph 5. So this is the document, the premarital agreement that you reviewed. What does paragraph 1, section 5, again, the non-lawyer version, what does this say?
So what it says is that C&E Stonemasonry would remain Eric's separate property to dispose of as he wished during his life after his marriage to Kouri Richins.
And if we could go to section 2, please. What does this section of the premarital agreement deal with?
Again, it deals with Eric's separate property, that C&E Stonemasonry will remain his sole and separate property, even if they commingle marital funds, except that if he were to die, then his interest in the company would pass to his wife, which is Kouri in this document.
Okay. And if we could go to section 3, please. And how about this section? What does this?
So that section addresses primarily Kouri's rights in C&E property that she might have under the law at Eric's death. Can I elaborate?
Sure.
Okay. So if you don't have a premarital agreement, then you have rights in your spouse's estate. And when you're a nuclear family with no children from a prior marriage, as they were, that means that if your spouse dies, you are entitled to at least 1/3 of the augmented estate. In other words, everything that passes to anyone as a result of your spouse's death. And this paragraph, the section 3, paragraph 1, says that Kouri is giving up her right to that 1/3 as it concerns C&E Masonry, Stonemasonry.
So I want to turn your attention now to that actual meeting that you had with Eric Richins in October of 2020. What was he there to accomplish? Why was he in your office?
He was referred to me. I'm not sure if it was from Christina Miller or Brian Freckleton. Referred back to me. I had worked with him again to update his estate planning based on some recent financial malfeasance and some current concerns that he had for his sons, that if something were to happen to him, they wouldn't receive or be cared for financially with his assets.
When meeting with Eric Richins, was there something unique to you or something that you did for the first time in preparing his estate plan?
Yeah, there were a few things.
What were those?
So one, he didn't want us to communicate with him by email. That happened a little bit later, but because he was worried that Kouri would be reading his emails. 2, he wanted to leave everything to his kids if possible. And at the beginning of the representation, I hadn't seen the premarital agreement. He wasn't sure if it existed, but eventually communicating through his sister, as he instructed, we received the premarital agreement and saw that it unfortunately did not address all of the property. It only addressed C&E Stonemasonry. So for that reason, for the first time ever in my career, I had to draft around that augmented share. So we provided at a minimum that there would be a share created for Kouri consisting of 1/3, the amount she would be entitled to. And the rest passed directly to his kids. That also applied to tangible personal property. He said that all of his tangible personal property, things you can touch and feel, like your furniture, your jewelry, your collections, would pass directly to his sons, who were all very young at the time. And that's unusual. It usually passes directly to the spouse. I think there was one other thing, but I'll come to it.
If it comes to you, let me know.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to turn your attention now to those estate planning documents that you referenced that you prepare when doing estate plans for most people. And for Eric Richins, did you prepare a living will?
A living will, a healthcare directive?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you also prepare a trust?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to take a look at Exhibit 4-11. We'll put it up on the screen for you. And if you could scroll through it, Scott. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the will I prepared for Eric Richins.
And then if we could show the witness 4-12. Do you recognize 4-12?
Yes, that's the trust I prepared for Eric Richins.
Now, in the book you have in front of you, I'm going to ask you to turn to tab K or to tab 6. Is that the will that we just saw in the same exhibit?
Yes.
And there's a signature as a part of that document. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is that document signed by?
The document was signed by Eric Richins on page 8, and his initials appear on every single page of the document.
And you notarized that document, right?
I witnessed and notarized the document.
If you could turn to tab 10 in that binder. Is that the trust document that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And is that document also signed?
Yes, it is signed. It's signed by Eric Richins, and I notarized it.
Okay, and that means you saw him sign it in front of you, right?
Yes, you have to, if you're a notary, you're required to be there in person to witness somebody signing something before you can attest to their signature.
And then also on tab 9, you told us that was the healthcare directive, is that right?
Yes.
And is that document signed?
Yes, it is.
And similarly, did you see Eric Richins sign that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit 4-11 and 4-12.
Objection.
4-11 and 4-12 are admitted.
If we could put up 4-11, please, and publish to the jury.
4-11's up.
And so this is the will you described that you prepared for Eric Richins. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to go to section 7.03, please. What does this section provide for?
That's the section where Eric expressed his intentions for the disposition of his remains. He wanted to be buried upon his death.
Now, talk generally about this document and what kind of legal implications, this document has.
So in the case of a trust-based estate plan, which is what we prepared for Eric, the will is not usually as important as the trust. All of his directions for what he wanted to happen to his assets and the protections he wanted to put in place for his loved ones were contained in the trust. You still have to have a will. It's called a pour-over will. It says that if I leave anything out of my trust, and if I forget to make a beneficiary designation when I die, give it to my trust to be controlled by the terms of my trust. And then I always include either burial, cremation instructions if somebody has a preference. Sometimes people don't have a preference, then I don't say anything. Anything that's governed by a will has to go through a process called probate. That's the court supervised process of administering an estate, the non-trust assets. So when you draft a trust-based estate plan, or when you execute a trust-based estate plan, the idea is you're avoiding probate. You don't need to use the will. It never has to go through probate. The will is just a backup document.
So now if we could put up 4-12, please, for the witness, and we can.
No, I think the state is put that up because if you remember from the sister's testimony, Eric's sister, she with no eyebrows, apparently Kouri and her mother, and not knowing a whole lot about the background of this case, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm picking up a real ick kind of mommy dearest, very close, weird mom relationship. Maybe I'm projecting onto it, but it seems odd that the mom was in charge of things and they weren't. I don't know. The mom just seemed weird in the body cam that I've seen thus far. But apparently Kouri was pushing to have Eric cremated, and it does appear that he wanted to be buried. So Kouri said something about him having expressed wanting to be cremated, but it's clear that he did not want to be.
Publish this as well. So talk about, in general, how a trust works.
Okay, so a trust is a contract between, and I'm going to use Eric specifically because this one was prepared for him. It's a contract between the party who drafts it, the party who's going to benefit from it, and the party who's going to administer it. So initially, a trust is a contract between you, me, myself, and I. Eric was the grantor. He created the rules for the trust. Eric was the trustee. That means he was the manager of the trust, of all the assets that were contained in the trust, and had to follow the rules that he set. And then Eric initially was the beneficiary. until such time as he became, until he died. He was the trustee until such time he became permanently incapacitated or died. And then somebody else would manage those trust assets. It's like a box that you have rules for, and you put the assets in, and those rules control all of the assets in the box.
So you mentioned that a trust, the trustee was Eric while he was alive,
Yes.
and then he chose someone else to be a trustee in the event of his death. Is that correct?
He did. That would be at Article 3.
Okay. Who did Eric choose as his trustee?
He chose his sister, well, but he chose a couple of successors. His sister, Kouri Richins Trial. And then I want to see who he chose as this. And then I'm looking at the will still.
That's okay. You don't have to look at it. If you don't remember, that's okay.
No, it was Katie that he chose as his first successor trustee, and I believe it was Clint as the second.
What is a trustee?
The trustee is the person who has legal title to the assets in the trust and is charged with managing those assets for the benefit of the beneficiaries of the trust in the way that the trust says.
In your experience, was it unusual for someone who was married to not choose their spouse as a trustee?
Yes.
What effect did the trust have on Eric Richins' property?
While he was alive, he could still do anything he wanted with the trust assets because it was a revocable trust. But the trust owned his property in that little box. And the effect was that when he died, it became irrevocable, and those assets had to be administered according to the terms of the trust that he set.
Scott, if we could go to Article 8.01 of the trust.
Excuse me.
Describe for the jury, in layman's terms, what this section of the trust means as it pertains to Kouri Richins.
Okay. Might be a little wordy here. So on
Do your
Eric's,
best.
on Eric's death, this trust became irrevocable and sub-trusts were created. A trust for Kouri called the Q-tip trust that you see here at Article 8. And then the next trust is the Descendants Trust that was for the benefit of kids. Because it was a Q-tip trust, the law requires that all of the income generated by the assets held in that share must be distributed to Kouri during her lifetime.
So did the trust provide for Kouri Richins' household expenses?
And not specifically, but the guidelines for distribution also provide that she's entitled to also access the principal through the trustee for her health, education, maintenance, and support. So yes, she was provided for, just not household expenses specifically.
And you mentioned that a trust is like a box that someone can put their assets into. What were some of the assets or the assets that went into Eric Richins' trust?
So the easiest thing we did was he signed an assignment of tangible personal property. So things that don't get titled anywhere, like your furniture, your jewelry, those collections. By signing that document, that transferred those things to the trust. I prepared a deed for him for the house that he owned in his name, and we transferred that asset to his trust. I think the house was on Willow Court. And then I prepared an assignment of interest in C&E Masonry that he signed later on in February. After the trust was built, then we could put the things in it. And he signed that in February of 2021. Put that in the trust. And also another LLC interest.
Scott, if we could go back to just the first page of 4-12, please. Even the title page for, yeah. So that document has a date on it. What's the significance of that date?
That's the date that Eric signed the trust, and for titling purposes, we include the date in the name of the trust.
And so for all intents and purposes, that's the effective date. That's when it becomes legally in effect.
That's when it becomes legally binding, yes.
If we could show the witness 4-14, please.
Scott.
And if you could scroll through it so the witness can see the document. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it as part of Eric Richins' estate plan?
Yes, it's a power of attorney that I prepared for him.
I'll move to admit 4-14.
No objection.
4-14 is admitted.
If you could explain, you mentioned that this is a durable power of attorney. What is a power of attorney?
It's a document that nominates an agent, somebody that you choose to manage your property if you become incapacitated, or sometimes immediately.
And what effect did Eric Richins' power of attorney have on his estate plan, or who did he choose as his power of attorney?
I'm sure he chose Kouri Richins Trial.
Okay, if we could show the witness, I don't want you to look at anything just yet. If we could show the witness 4-13, please. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
I'm scrolling through it. It's a draft revocation of a prior durable power of attorney.
Is this also a document that you prepared for Eric Richins?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit 4-13.
No objection.
413 is admitted.
If we could publish 413 to the jury, please. So this was a document that you drafted as part of Eric Richins' estate plan, is that right?
Yes, I drafted it, and then you can see that there's the prior durable power of attorney is attached as an exhibit. I didn't draft the prior power of attorney.
Certainly. Was this document ever recorded?
This version of the revocation of durable power of attorney was never signed or recorded.
Do you know why?
Eric was concerned about the repercussions he would face if he told Kouri.
Object to hearsay, Your Honor.
That was my impression.
Pause. Please approach. My apologies.
Sidecar, sidebar, get yourself a sidecar. If I am wrong on the sidebar count, because that is a guess, please tell me in chat. But I think we are on 55, but I cannot remember to save my life. And poor Eric, living in terror of this little woman who is destroying the financial safety for things that he's worked incredibly hard for.
You, Carter,
Correct.
consider what Eric Richins said to Ms. Bowman Carter.
And so I'm not sure if your answer was heard by the jury. I won't ask you why, but was this document ever recorded?
No, this document was never recorded.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that you were communicating with Eric Richins' brother-in-law, I believe.
I had communications with Eric Richins' brother-in-law, yes.
And you were instructed to only communicate with the brother-in-law, is that right?
I was instructed to communicate with his sister, and I was given I believe it was a shared email account,
Okay.
and they both responded there.
Was that unusual in your practice?
It was the first time anyone had asked me to do that, so yes.
I now want to turn your attention to the week that Eric Richins died. Did there come a time when you learned that Eric Richins had died?
Yes, I learned that day that he had died, March 4th, 2022.
And is that when you became aware of it, or was that a day later?
I believe I learned the day that it happened.
And how did you learn about Eric Richins' death?
Clint Benson called me and told me that he had died.
And did you also receive a call from a sheriff's deputy that day?
Later that day, I received a phone call from somebody who'd identified themselves as a sheriff's deputy and who asked me to talk to Kouri.
And did you talk to Kouri on the phone that day?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
Apparently, she was upset about the house, and I was asked to explain that there was an estate plan in place and that the house belonged to the trust, and that's what I told her.
When you were explaining to Kouri Richins that the house belonged in the trust, how did she react?
Oh, not positively. She was livid. She was upset, and she said, "What is wrong with you people?" and handed the phone back to the officer, I believe.
When having this conversation with Kouri Richins, was it your impression that she was unaware of the estate plan?
Object to speculation, Your Honor.
Only a little foundation.
What could you tell from your conversation with Kouri Richins about her knowledge regarding what would happen with the house?
She told me that the house she told me the house belonged to her. She thought the house was hers, and obviously, if she thought that, then she was unaware of the estate plan and that the trust owned the house.
When were you contacted by an attorney representing Kouri Richins?
Yeah, a bankruptcy attorney reached out to me.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
And now you're back from outer space. Alrighty.
So you mentioned that you received an email from an attorney representing Kouri Richins. Is that right?
I received an email on March 8th from an attorney that said he represented Kouri Richins.
Okay. What, and so, sorry, I missed the date that you said. He contacted you on March 8th?
March 8th, 2022.
What was the general nature of that email?
Just to tell me that he represented her and to ask that we give her time to grieve, don't act too quickly, so that she could attend to his services, and I believe that was it.
So he was contacting you in reference to the estate plan. Is that right?
Possibly. I'd have to look at the email. I don't even know if he referenced the estate plan.
He was talking about the house that was in the estate plan. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you, after that email exchange on March 8th, did you provide any documents to Mr. Nate?
Yeah, it was Attorney Nate, and I did provide him with a full copy of the estate plan. I pointed out several things, including that the will called for burial and asked.
Yeah, go ahead. You can finish.
And asked that, and because I had become aware that Kouri was seeking to have his body cremated, so I wanted to make sure.
Hearsay and non-responsive.
Well, taking him in reverse order, overruled, and it's unclear, so I'll sustain it, laid some more foundation.
Sure. So one of the documents that you provided to Mr. Nate was the will. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the reasons you provided him the will was so that he was aware of Eric Richins' wishes as it concerned his burial.
Yes.
Did you open probate on Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
When did that happen?
March 14th
Of 2022?
Only 10 days after Eric's death.
In your experience, is that first? I'll ask two questions about opening probate. Was that a typical time frame for those events to happen?
No, that wasn't a typical time frame.
What do you mean by that?
Well, a couple of reasons. Usually people need to get through the services and grieve a little bit. If the property is secure, there's no reason to open probate right away. But in this case, Eric had a fully funded trust. I never would have opened probate if we were just administering the trust. That's the whole reason you have a trust, is to avoid having to go to court, make everything public.
And so when you're saying the time frame was not typical, it was quicker than usual. Is that fair?
Yes, it was much quicker than usual. And with a trust, I just wouldn't have opened probate. If at all, I would have opened probate a year after the death, after creditors' claims had been cut off.
And so you opened probate quickly because there was some urgency, in your view?
Yes, Eric had. Can I explain why?
Please lay some foundation for how she knows whatever she's about to say.
Well, sure. Did you, can we approach? I don't want.
Sidebar. Maybe on a day I don't have to go anywhere, I will have an adult beverage and take a sip every time they do a sidebar. That will not be today. I have not at all eaten enough carbs this week to do that as a good constructive idea. Again, putting her in stripes. I
Without telling us any specific statements or what anybody said, why did you open probate so quickly?
I needed to get the nominated personal representative in place so that Kouri Richins Benson, would have the ability to manage the probate estate, to make and make sure that Eric's wishes, as expressed in his will, were followed.
Thank you. And I neglected to check. Have I admitted Exhibit 4-14? I know I talked about it with this witness. Did we?
Sorry, wrong one. No, it wasn't there, Your Honor.
Okay, I just didn't have a note there, so I wanted to make sure I admitted it.
Ms. Nestor is correct.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Fair point. That's her.
Good
that's her
afternoon, Ms.
idea.
Bowman Carter. Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins today. All right, so I want to talk with you about the revocation document that you talked about with Ms. Shermanak. Could we please bring up 4-13? It's been admitted, Your Honor.
One moment. You can see that as well.
I can see it.
Okay, go
All
ahead.
right.
Ms. Nestor.
And can we scroll down to the beginning of, or actually the very bottom of it, the date of the original one that they were contemplating revoking? And just to refresh, you mentioned on direct, this was actually never done. You actually never did revoke this power of attorney, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay, I'm sorry. I may have misunderstood you. I thought you said that.
Again, I don't know why she does this. Kathy Nestor, I've noticed her do it so many times, and it's debilitating for her credibility. It's these little things she's like, well, and she'll try to put them in there like a gotcha, and then she has to be corrected by the witness. And you would think at some point it would maybe kind of humble you a little bit, so you would really research when you think you have a gotcha, but apparently it hasn't.
That you all ended up not revoking it.
No, I said we didn't sign this document.
You didn't sign it. So I know what you're getting at. So in your durable power of attorney, you mentioned revoking all previous powers of attorney, correct?
That's not what I was getting at, but that's correct.
Okay. But this particular document never got signed or filed or anything.
No, another revocation got signed apart from the durable power of attorney that was signed.
Okay. And the date on this document that you all were contemplating revoking, but didn't ever sign this document, was May the 8th of 2013. Is that right?
That's what this document says.
So this is the power of attorney that all the parties were contemplating, saying you can't use this anymore, right? From now on.
This power of attorney was revoked, yes.
I'm trying to not use lawyer words. I'm trying to use like normal words, just so to make sure we're clear. So revoke just means we can't use it anymore, right?
How about you just frame a question in a way that's clear? I don't care about lawyer words or layperson's words, but how about you just formulate a clear question? How about we lower the bar to there, and when you limbo under that, we'll raise it.
Right. It's taken back. It's null and void.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I was getting at. So to your understanding, this power of attorney there'd been no prior revocation filed on this power of attorney. In other words, it had been in place since May of 2013.
Right. But circumstances changed and he wanted to revoke it.
Sure. Anybody can revoke a power of attorney anytime they want, right?
Correct.
But he hadn't done that up until now, till he saw you in 2020.
That is my understanding. He may have gone to someone else, but this is the first time I learned of it.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down. Do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement within about a year or so after Eric passed?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by law enforcement, do you recall telling them that it stuck out in your mind how kind Eric was about Kouri using that power of attorney in a way that he didn't like, right? Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. I'll for your sake.
That's her own statement, Your Honor.
Which is why it's a problem that's coming in through you.
Well, I'll lay a little more foundation.
Assistant.
Was it your understanding that the goal of revoking this power of attorney that had existed before was that Kouri couldn't be trusted to utilize it well?
Yes, Kouri had the audacity of sailors at port on a drunken spending whore spree. She makes Congress look like safe spenders.
Yes. And why couldn't she be trusted to utilize it well?
Because she had stolen she had misused it to take $250,000 out in his name, and he did not like that.
Totally fair. And isn't it also true that it was your understanding that Kouri's business acumen or business skills were less than fantastic because she was young and inexperienced?
I have no personal knowledge about Kouri's.
She was 20. How old was Kouri when she started this business? Does anyone in chat know? She was young and inexperienced? No, she was a terrible business person. If she was a man, we wouldn't give her a pass. Because she has a uterus, she was young and inexperienced? No, she was dealing with what happens when you spend other people's money. You run out of it.
Business acumen and skills.
Did you make that statement in your prior interview to the police?
I repeated what Eric told me about her business acumen and skills.
Okay, and what was your understanding of that?
I had no understanding of her business acumen and skills.
But what'd you tell the police?
I told the police what Eric told me.
Which was what?
That she was misusing the power of attorney, that I wanted to include stronger language in his estate plan, more protective. I was surprised that he was willing to He said that she's the mother of my children. I know that she made mistakes. She needs some more experience. For now, I'm going to do what I'm doing.
Great, thank you. Was there also, when you decided to add the house to the trust, did you do any investigation into whether Mrs. Richins had been contributing to the mortgage throughout the marriage?
I did not. It wasn't relevant.
Okay. When you said that all of Mr. Richins' personal property was poured into the trust, did you do any investigation into whose funds purchased all that personal property?
It wouldn't matter if it was gifts, but no, I didn't.
So, for example, the furniture in the living room, do you know whether Kouri purchased it with her money or Eric purchased it with his money or it was joint money? Do you even know?
No, how could I know?
Okay. And you made no effort to find out?
The assignment that Eric signed transferred his personal property.
Right.
If
So you took his word for what was his personal property as opposed to what was hers?
I didn't have to take his word. He was only transferring what was his personal property.
Okay. And did he give you an inventory of what that personal property was?
No.
Okay. So you didn't know?
Well, there's a worksheet and he listed some things like his guns, but he didn't prepare a very specific inventory. I just prepared an assignment that he signed, transferring all of his personal property to his trust, as is customary.
So that would ultimately be decided probably by the trustee, whether she was trying to divvy up the proceedings as required under the trust, whether that couch was bought by Kouri or that couch was bought by Eric.
That's likely.
And you didn't give any.
Who gives a crap whether she bought it at Ethan Allen's or Kittle's? I give two rats' asses whether she got the Kathy Ireland, special from Ethan Allen or whatever. Who gives a rat's ass? The fact that you are bitching about material items instead of worrying about whether those boys were funded shows me all that I need to know about your client and where her priorities were. So please, state or defense, continue to make the state's case. Continue to make the state's case that this woman only cared about the money because she's really worried about the couches, the furniture, the money pit that she bought, but not a single cent of any of the life insurances that she got went to the, protection or nurturing of her children. No, that was down to the father. She allegedly took his life. So maybe pointing out in clarity that your client is really worried about a couch is bad optically, but you picked that jacket, which shows me discernment might not be your talent.
Guidance to that in the trust. The document itself.
What are you asking?
Was it listed in the trust, each and every item that was considered Eric's personal property?
No, it was just all of my household furnishings in effect.
Okay. You said all the household furnishings were his personal property?
No, I said all of my household furnishings and effects, meaning all of Eric's household furnishings and effects.
Gotcha. Okay. You also, in the trust documents that you drafted, it's pretty common that you do what's something called a statement of intent, right?
No, it's not common at all.
So it was unusual that you did that.
Yes.
Katie, can you pull up 412, page 1-2, section 103? This is in, Your Honor, if we could publish.
There you go.
And can you blow up the statement of my intent? So this is the part you said is unusual for you to do.
I mean, it's not unusual to, trust will have them, but for me, I typically don't include one unless there's a reason.
So did you have a reason for including this?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume it's something the client wanted?
Yes.
Okay. And the language in here states that the intent of the trust is to provide for both Mrs. Richins and the children throughout their lifetime, right?
Right. We revise that the day of signing.
Great. You can take that down. Did there come a time, you mentioned that it was your understanding that Mr. Richins did not want you to communicate with him directly, right?
By email directly.
Right. And is that because he and his wife shared an email account?
I don't know. It was E. Richins, I think. I don't think they shared an email account. I don't know.
Okay. So you just don't know.
It was not because they shared an email. What he told me was not because they shared an email account. It was because she snooped in his email.
Okay. So she had access.
Again, these are things you don't want maybe coming out, that your client is snoopy, that she is manipulative, that she's a harlot, that she's terrible with money. Oh, all the things that are proving the state's narrative about your client. And then you're going to get Sling Blade on the stand next. Oh, defense. It's not going to be a good day for you, is it? It's a tough day on the Serengeti for our zebra here.
To his email at least.
I don't know. That's what he told me.
Okay. And were you aware at that time that he was consulting a divorce attorney?
Yes.
All right. So when you previously said it's very unusual to not put your spouse as a trustee, if the individual was considering divorce, that wouldn't be unusual to put someone other than your spouse, would it?
No, that wouldn't be unusual.
Okay. And was there a time where you accidentally did notify Kouri of something?
Yes.
Explain that, please.
Kouri Richins, Gay Richins, and Katie Richins Benson. Very similar names.
Sure.
After I spoke to Kouri on the phone, I sent an email to Katie, I thought, which actually got sent to Kouri.
Okay. And in that email, do you remember the date of that?
It was probably March 4th, the same day that I talked to, it may have been March 5th, but I think it was March 4th, 2022. Right. The same day I talked to Kouri.
And just talking about that conversation you had with Kouri, so this is less than 48 hours after her husband has died, right? Give or take.
Yes.
And your purpose of your conversation was at Katie Benson Richins' request?
No, it was the police's request.
Okay. And what you told her before she got very, very upset was the house that you live in is not yours.
I told her that she did not have title to the house.
Okay. So basically you're telling.
Okay, I'm a rant here. She was a widow thing. She was a widow thing. You know what? Sad, naive, hopeful Mo was kind of happy when I heard about Kouri Richins the first time before any of this stuff came out about her writing a book about grief, because a memory I will never get out of my mind, a memory that will never leave me, is when I was 24 years old and my oldest daughter was climbing the steps to her dad's room, and he lived with my in-laws after we lost him. And she ran up the stairs, 18 months old, as much as she could. And then she turned around and asked, "Where's dad?" And I remember her looking at me, and I wish I could make sense of this. And knowing I had to make sense of something that still didn't make sense to me. And there weren't a lot of books. I went to Barnes and Noble, I looked on Amazon, and there weren't a lot of books to try to explain, to kids grief or what happens. And I was so excited that, maybe another mom had the wisdom or the words to maybe make something that even adults can't understand really make sense. And I was hoping because, being that I've lost connection to my camera. What the crap, a spackle, I swear. Anywho, being, unable to kind of think of how I was going to explain this to myself made it very hard. Let me continue to put the trial on. And I'm not saying this for sympathy or anything, but I had genuinely hoped that there would be more resources for children, because it's not an easy thing to try to explain.
New widow that she's also about to be homeless?
No, not at all. That's ridiculous.
Did you tell her there was any other homes provided for her by Eric waiting on her somewhere?
No, but I told her that he had that she would not be kicked out of the house, that she could continue to live there, and that he had provided for her.
I get freaking internet and then StreamYard decides to go crazy. I don't know who I upset in the technology world. I'm beginning to think I is it because I didn't like the other two Matrices? I don't know. Look, I watched the first Matrix and then the second one started talking about computer magic I didn't care about. Let me get the trial back. Love when a plan comes together, sort of. Always good to be humble and realize that, well, ish happens. Pre- Alrighty, do it. Let me. Oh, I really like this witness. I, Miss Nestor is so abrasive, and I really don't know why she is so abrasive, but she really just comes across as abrasive and aggressive against witnesses who have done nothing to her, witnesses who have not been aggressive toward her. And I really think that, yeah, it's not a good look, especially if your client may be known as a bit of a cahoot. You may not want to also be a cahoot.
If I understand your previous testimony correctly, you never actually asked her, what did you know about all this before he passed? Did you?
No.
Right. So you don't know whether Kouri Richins knew there was a trust before he died?
It was apparent that she didn't.
I'm sorry. Do you have any personal knowledge as to
Oh, hell no. Kathy, again, I have to remind you that you purposely wore that sweater and I'm being nice to you. You are making fun of a woman who looks like Diane West, who is in one of my favorite movies, Parenthood. Now, who do you think I'm going to defend? The woman who looks like the sweet mother from Edward Scissorhands or you? Because Imma save the Avon lady, all right? Maybe you wanna turn your cahoot down from Spinal Tap, 13 to 9.
whether Kouri Richins knew before his death that there was a trust in place?
No, I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay. I want to talk about the intake form that Ms. Shervinack went over with you. If we could please pull up 4-9. It's also been admitted, Your Honor. And if we could scroll forward till we get to the page where he lists his assets. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Scrolling,
going. There.
dirty.
Your Honor, can we blow this up just a little bit, that top half, so we can see it? All right, so this is the section where you ask the client to list, I guess, what they're worth, right?
Yeah, that is a summary of the assets listed on previous pages.
Okay. And Mr. Richins, it looks like, wasn't sure about stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement. And Smite directed you to ask Freckleton, right?
That's pretty common. Clients don't want to fill everything out.
Yeah.
And he knew Brian Freckleton had worked with me before on the buy-sell agreement. He said, talk to him about that stuff.
But he does say that they had $100,000 in bank and savings accounts at the time.
That's what this document says.
And $65,000 in vehicles at the time.
Well, you said they. He says he.
Okay. 65,000 in vehicles.
That's what.
Jen, not so much, although Kathy is continuing with her trend of trying to ask gotcha questions that the client or that the witness immediately refutes and corrects. And she's being quite argumentative and condescending. So not really anything of news or of note on her behavior. However, this witness is an attorney and she seems to very much know her stuff. So honestly, you haven't missed much. It was apparent that Eric was aware of Kouri's shenanigans they did revoke her power of attorney, though not the exemplar that was shown in court, not that particular paper, but her power of attorney was revoked. So all in all, she's being a very good witness and just hammering home how intent Kouri was on material gain. I believe that she did talk about a call with Kouri on the day that Eric passed, telling her that, the house is going to be in this trust, so you don't physically have ownership per se, but it's in the trust. Now, Kouri's defense is trying to say, you told a widow that she was homeless right after her husband died. Just very... Skippy has been the one lawyer that has redeemed himself in the defense, on the defense table. The other two lawyers are just insufferable, and it's making me dread the Tyler Robinson case. It actually is.
What this document says.
And 30,000 in furniture and personal items.
That's what this document says.
And
Yes, that's what this document says.
And it looks like he's valuing his business, at least his share of the business, at about $3 million.
That's what this document says.
All right. And that he had some anticipated inheritance, not a ton, but some. Right?
That's what this document says.
So his best estimate of his net worth was about $4.6 million if you don't include stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement plans.
That's what this document says.
Right. So as long as he's alive, I believe you said that he could do whatever he wanted with any of the money that was assigned into the trust, right?
Yes.
Because it's revocable.
Yes.
So as long as he's alive, he can share any of this money that he wants with his wife.
He can make gifts to whoever he wants.
And he can share 100%, 0.5%, whatever he wants as far as his monthly income, right? With his wife.
I'm not sure what.
Yes.
So nothing about a revocable trust prohibits him from, if he's making $33,000 a month, giving his wife half of that or more.
He can do whatever he wants with his property.
And if he lived to be 70, he could give her as much as he wanted until he's 70, right?
And if I look like Halle Berry, I'd be starring in Hollywood movies. Or at least I'd be able to go out in the sun without 100 SPF. But shit happens and I get a tan with a 40-watt bulb. Jesus, Marion, this woman's going to make me want a day drink. That's it. I'm going to have a gummy nerd. May the power of sugar compel me.
No matter what the trust says.
Like I said, he can do whatever he wants with his property.
But the minute he dies, Kouri Richins Benson decides how much money, if any, Kouri Richins gets, right?
Well, the successor trustee, who happens to be Kouri Richins Benson, has to follow the rules of the trust set by the grantor, who is Eric. So no, Katie can't do whatever she wants with the money. She has to follow the rules of the trust.
Totally fair, and you're right.
We're set by Eric Richins.
But she's the one who will decide from the moment he dies forward whether, if, how much Kouri gets any of Eric's money.
Yes, that's what Eric wanted.
Ma'am, listen to me. Look, I honestly, think about it. But seriously, I know they're blue, but honestly, just a nice little, and then look, I mean, obviously I'm not a good drawer with the mouse, but I'm just saying, think about it. It's just tint. You can get it at Walmart. Light ash. You don't even need to, just a light brown. You do have a redder tone, so you might be able to get with reddish brown, but think about it. I'll be back around. And I think you're in autumn.
And if, hypothetically, Kouri Richins knew about the existence of the trust, she would know that as well.
I don't know what Kouri would know from reading the trust.
But that's what the trust says in plain black and white in the paper, right?
Can you repeat what you're saying the trust says?
Yep. That
Go ahead, Ms. Shermack.
Your Honor, it calls for speculation. She does that. She can't answer as to what Kouri.
Sustained.
The trust, if someone had a copy of it, lays clearly out what we've just discussed, that as long as Eric's alive, he can do whatever he wants with his money. Once he dies, it's up to Katie.
I mean, he was worth more alive to her than dead is an interesting strategy. I didn't have it on my bingo card for this case, but definitely Eric was worth more alive than dead. Why would my client kill her? Yes, let me see if they have closed caption. Yes, I can do that. No problem. I'm sorry, I forgot that one.
Like I said already, it's not completely up to Katie. She's the trustee of the trust. She has legal title to those assets, and she has to follow the rules of the trust, which say she has to give Kouri a certain income, that Kouri can come to her and ask for distributions of principal for health, education, maintenance, and support. This trust was primarily to protect the boys.
Did you ever advise Katie in her role as trustee since you drafted the trust papers? Did you ever give her any explanation about her duties or talk to her about what she could and couldn't do?
That's attorney-client privilege.
She's your client?
She was my client after Eric's death for a period of time.
As of when was she your client?
As of Eric's death?
She's still your client?
No.
How much have you been paid by Kouri Richins Benson?
I waived my fees.
You waived your fees. So you're her lawyer for free?
I'm not her lawyer anymore.
Okay. How long were you her lawyer?
I was her lawyer through, I think I formally withdrew in June. She needed a firm that had more capacity than I had with just me.
When you opened the probate, were you then responsible for any pleadings that came in and out of the probate matter? Would you have gotten copies of them?
I opened probate. I drafted the probate pleadings.
Right. So if, for example, Kouri had asked Katie after Eric's death, can you please pay the mortgage for the next year out of the trust? That request would have gone through the probate, right?
No.
Okay, so how would it have gone?
Katie was the trustee of the trust. That is not subject to probate.
Okay. So do you have any personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins ever asked Katie Richins for any distributions? Do you have any personal knowledge?
Your objection, Ms. Sherman.
Calls for hearsay. Kouri's statements to Katie.
Yeah, only if it's, so would you exclude Kouri's statements, but re-ask your question?
Without saying anything Kouri ever said, which, by the way, it sounds like you didn't communicate with Kouri anyway, but were you aware in your role as the person assisting the trustee, whether any request for any money ever came to that trust in the year after Eric died from Kouri Richins?
I need you to be more specific to make sure you're not seeking hearsay. Break it down.
In writing or legally or formal request to the trustee?
What in writing or legally?
Requests for distributions to Kouri, to her boys, anything from the trust?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay. You also mentioned that you were talking to a lawyer that you knew to be a bankruptcy lawyer, right? When he called you about Kouri shortly after the death?
Yeah, I was surprised at how quickly he got in touch with me, and some of his claims about the way the property was titled. So I looked him up to see if he even knew anything about estate planning.
But you're certainly not telling this jury that he was representing Kouri in a bankruptcy, right?
No, I just was curious, so I looked him up to see that it made more sense when I found out he was a bankruptcy attorney.
But he wasn't calling you about a bankruptcy matter. He was calling you about, please give Kouri some time to grieve before anything goes on with the house.
He never called me. I mean, he called me later, but in the email, he asked, please don't move forward on the probate until she's had time to grieve.
Okay.
He did mention a bankruptcy.
All right. I just want to make sure that the jury doesn't think there was a bankruptcy matter going on. There wasn't, to your knowledge, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. And then you also said that you told this lawyer.
Cosmic Blues, I'm not sure if the house particularly was spoken about in the prenup, What this trial has mainly focused on is that the business would be a separate entity. Now, I haven't been following this trial from the pre-hearings. I kind of tend to go into trials as a juror. So if there's anyone in chat that knows the deep lore, that would be helpful. But at least the only thing that's been brought to light or really focused on in the prenup in this trial has been what Kouri's access to Eric's business would have been. And chat, correct me if I'm wrong, because a lot of you guys know so much more than I do about this case.
That Eric wished to be buried. Is that right?
That's what his will said, and I did say that in a subsequent email.
And in fact, Eric was buried, correct?
I believe so. Right.
Did you go to the funeral?
No, I didn't.
Are you still close with his sister?
No, I've never been close with his sister.
Okay, well, you were her lawyer.
That doesn't mean I'm close to her.
Oh.
It was a professional relationship.
Okay. How often did you talk to her?
When
you were her lawyer?
As needed.
Y'all, this is what happens between me and Mr. Mo. This is when an extrovert and an introvert meet, when an inside cat and an outside cat interact, because the inside cat is like, I talked to her when we needed to have business, and the outside cat is like, y'all didn't text, y'all didn't chat, y'all didn't snap, you aren't on her Insta, her app, her TikTok, and the inside cat is like, she's not my friend. Oh my goodness. The inside cat will never understand, and the outside cat will never understand the inside cat. It is the dichotomy of life.
Daily, weekly, monthly?
I think it was daily at first.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute here.
Of course.
And yes, there is a separate trial that is coming up with her financial crimes.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we tender the witness back to the state.
Anything further, Ms. Sherpanek?
No, Your Honor.
May we release Ms. Bowman Carter?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Take care. Counsel.
Your Honor, the state can call a witness now. That direct will probably be an hour.
Why don't we take a restroom break now so we don't break up direct? Please rise for the jury.
I'm going to make sure that they don't have a confabulation. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, Mo and Mr. Mo are now godparents to the Comcast kids. Boosh, when I visit Florida, my market
Folks,
manager
have a seat,
takes me to
please.
lunch one day.
Just checking. The
And we talk
next
about
witness is
finances. Yeah.
Robert Grossman.
okay. And then anything on the record before we take a break from the state?
No, yeah.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Why don't we come back at 2:10, please? Court's in recess.
Now, y'all, I have so many questions because Kouri is so about appearances and everything that I've heard thus far. And I do realize that I'm getting these kind of perceptions or these views from people who do not have a very positive, perception of Kouri. But she seems very, very high. She seems to think very highly of herself. So the way she values education and kind of how she sees herself as this, entrepreneur and educated, go-getting woman, he is such a Cletus. It's like Banjo Boy from Deliverance done growed up. Yeah, I call him the side gross.
Folks, please have a seat as you come in. please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Josh Grossman.
Yeah, maybe she wanted to feel superior. Maybe she felt very inferior in her relationship dynamic with Eric. So maybe she felt like the sort of, fairy godmother or
Mr. Grossman, good afternoon. If you'd step in front of Brittany,
we couldn't even button our top button. Oh, the lack of eyebrows continues.
we'll get you sworn in.
Do you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Sir, do you swear to tell the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, yes or no?
I won't lie. I'll tell as much. In this setting, I assume all the
Wait a minute. Does this man have some chaw? Does he have a dip in his mouth? You don't negotiate the terms of court, Cletus. Sit the hell down, shut the hell up. Oh, for the love of crap. He's gonna parlay. Oh, please tell me he's a sovereign citizen. Did he drive his land boat to court?
Stand right there for a moment, if you don't mind. Can I invite you folks to take a walk for a moment? Please rise for the jury. Just pause for a moment.
Oh my God, Sling Blade.
Have a seat for me, if you don't mind. Mr. Grossman, do you understand the difference between what's true and what's not true?
I do.
Noted legal rogue scholar, not Rhodes, I do mean rogue, scholar Grossman.
You promise, under the pains and penalties of perjury, to tell the truth when you're asked questions.
Absolutely.
Anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Would you bring the jury back?
What in the Quaalude fever dream?
Your Honor, an instruction that he's taken enough.
I'll make it clear.
Yeah, you never know what to do with your
So that you're
hands.
not surprised, I'll just ask you to confirm that you've sworn to tell the truth. Yes, sir. Okay.
Look, this man was surprised when they added more colors to the 8-pack of Crayola. It went from 8 to 12. He's never been more happy to have more colors in his crayon box. Oh, good God.
Folks, please have a seat as you come in.
Well, just as I find the Eric was worth more to Kouri dead or alive than dead as the defense strategy, I find it an interesting strategy to put your defendant in any stripes of any kind, but especially black and white, that look like a Temu recreation of a Tim Burton reject. Also, We are taking bets. We are going to start a pool. When is that mountain that is taking over her head going to explode? I think next week. I have next week, mid next week, Wednesday, we're going to see a white head and we are going to have an explosion because that's a lot of pus.
Please have a seat. Mr. Grossman, just to confirm, you have sworn an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good, sir. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What, sir, is your name?
Robert Joshua Grossman.
Sir, do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know her?
I met her. I like biscuits and mustard. What in the sling blade is going on here? Did she meet him like right after Deliverance done wrapped up filming? The Hills Have Eyes?
I've known her for, I don't know, a decade probably at this point.
Knowed her for a decade.
We met in South Carolina. She was flipping a house and I answered, and a help wanted ad.
Then did you come to know her?
Oh my God, did you meet her because she was stuck in a wash machine? Is this how Prawn did she open the thing and she's like, I need your help laying pipes? And you're like, well, I didn't know. And then she's like, oh no, I got stuck in the wash machine.
In South Carolina through helping her flip homes?
I did.
And then I flipped her.
Did there come a time you moved to Utah?
Yes.
When, sir, was that?
It was just as COVID was kicking off. So 2020, I believe, or early in the year.
And why did you move to Utah?
To work with her, help her flip houses.
And when you moved to Utah, where did you stay?
Initially, I stayed at a flip that she had acquired in Heber.
So would you call it a flip-flop house, a side piece shack, cheating, clubhouse? Just asking for a friend.
My dog with me. We do live-in flips, me and the dog.
Please tell me the dog's name is Bud. This man is a country music song. If he is not at the Grand Ole Opry in the next year, I'm done. A cheating chalet, a tryst retreat, if you will.
Dog. Yeah.
Other than accommodations, did she pay you for your service?
How did she pay you for your services, sir? Are you okay with me calling you a gigolo? How about a Smex worker?
We didn't have any contractual agreement, she took care of me,
Yeah, I'm glad y'all didn't contract anything, which is what I think you probably thought that meant before, but it's not about STDs. I'm glad you understood that you didn't have a written contract, though. And if you did contract anything in the other sense, call me. We'll talk. I'd love to hear the story, although I will be making fun of you, so, do take that into the equation. But I make fun of myself, too, so kind of a bitch to everyone, including myself.
I lived for free. She gave me money whenever I needed it. I just, I liked her. So I'd work for free. Not that she didn't, pay me. She did from time to time in lump sums. And
did she?
Grossman, you don't have to put on the red light. Grossman. She don't care if it's wrong or if it's right. I didn't think I would be, belting out a Grossman Roxanne tribute, but seriously, I kind of feel bad for him. Also, where can I find a sugar mom that wants me to do nothing and like live in a house with my dog? Because I'm kind of okay with that arrangement.
Also give you a truck?
Yes, she bought me a truck. 2 of them. Bought me one, traded it in, got another one at one point. Didn't trade it in, gave it to her mother. Yeah.
Ew, she gave her mom your sloppy seconds? Ew. Ooh, I hope they fumigated. I hope your mom Purelled that truck because nothing parties like a rental. So God be with you and don't take a black light into that thing. Jesus, take the wheel and a Purell.
Did, sir, there come a time when your relationship turned romantic?
Yes.
About when?
Same time, just before driving to Utah.
So right about the outset of COVID.
Right.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 3-1, please?
For these texts. Talk cringy to me.
Witness test.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's been admitted. Can we publish it? And Scott, can you zoom in on the top portion? Thank you. Mr. Grossman, do you recognize that document before you?
I mean, I know what it's alluding to. I know of it. Yes, sir.
And did you know about a trip planned to the secret St. Martin's Resort?
Yes.
So I want to take a look at the passenger name line. There's some initials there. RG with a birth date of 9 December 1982 and a gender of male. So are those your initials?
Yes.
Is that your birthday?
Yes.
Ooh,
Perhaps obviously.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
no lube.
Did you and Kouri Richins at some point plan to go on this trip?
Yeah. She. I think that was a birthday present. I remember seeing a text or something. She sent it to me. We didn't discuss it much, but it was.
I can believe that you and Kouri didn't have deep philosophical conversations. I can, you know what? I think you're trustworthy. I don't think y'all discussed much.
There.
Thank you, Scott.
Wait, go back. What in the mutation? Some sort of recessive problem? Did you see the way he was drinking that water? What the hell was that? Oh, he does have chaw in. Ugh. Oh my God.
During that time that you were romantically involved with Miss Richins, did you love her?
Yes.
During that time, did you feel that she loved you?
Yeah. I have a tendency of going head over heels, though, probably more than most. So.
Aw. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. I'm head over heels. Oh, someone find this man Alanis Morissette. Get him a Tori Amos record. Oh.
I think she did.
Did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
From the time you moved to Utah, about how often?
daily, unless she was mad at me or vice versa.
What topics on those messages did you discuss?
Same thing you would discuss with your best friend, plus house flipping stuff, life.
Did you discuss her children?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you now some text messages between you and Ms. Richins.
Okay.
They're the same ones I believe we've looked at before. I'm going to ask you if you've recognized them. If you can recognize them right away, that's fine. If you would like me to scroll down through them again, I'm happy to do that, okay?
Okay.
Scott, can I get exhibit 2-13 Delta, please? Can you just kind of scroll through the whole string? Without zoom.
How old was the youngest child at Eric's death?
Those are pretty small. If you need people to zoom in, you can ask, sir.
Is that good enough for you to identify them, or do you want to zoom in and step through them?
I mean, if you could zoom in a hair, that wouldn't hurt.
Okay.
Was I supposed to be reading them at that clip?
No, I just,
right there?
what I'm going to ask
Okay.
you, the
I got
question for you, sir, is do you recognize this as a text exchange that you had with Ms. Richins?
And I will say objectively, and obviously this doesn't come out after I've made fun of him and called him the banjo boy from Deliverance and everything else and Sling Blade. It does seem like he is not the leader. Definitely it does seem like Kouri was the leader. He did step out with a married woman, and I think he has to own that. But I don't think he had any inkling of what was going on, what her deeper intentions were. I think he legitimately thought, regardless of the morals of it, married wise, that he and Kouri were creating a future. So I do feel bad that he's probably had to grieve this.
I got you. And I do for this one.
Okay. Then the state moves to admit 2-13D.
Could you just, Scott, could you just scroll down and let me take a look at everything that's in there real quick?
He's not scrolling dirty. Hexdash to the rescue. Scott for the win.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay.
Wouldn't this be something you would do, I don't know, yesterday, defense attorneys?
Is that it?
She better not.
Oh my gosh. Never mind.
I probably will.
Counsel, take the time you need.
What? Pull it up. Let me just pull it up real quick. I don't believe I have any objection to that one. I'm going to say no.
Biggest dick pic I've ever seen.
States 2-13D is admitted.
Your Honor,
You'll let me know when you want to publish them.
moves to publish, yeah.
Understood.
And then, Scott, if we could just walk through them with the jury, please.
Okay, from Josh. When I don't get much from you, I just figure it's because you're doing things that you know I wouldn't like and would hurt me. It's draining to love you and to pretend to be an idiot. I don't want to avoid things with people I love, thoughts or problems. I want to communicate until we know each other better and solve stuff together, not by myself, for each other. Like and love you today. I live through too much. I live too much through this phone, though. He does seem like an actual genuine person. I just you tangled with a married woman. You're not gonna get 100% of her time. You're not you're just not. Y you should have gone in with open eyes. I'm sorry your feelings are hurt, but you tangled with a committed woman. Yeah, lolly time was gross. Okay, Josh said, "I'll tell you some of what was on my mind today or tomorrow." I'm not even gonna say that would be a short conversation, which I just did. Damn it. From Kouri, what do you wanna know that I'm not telling you or quiet about? Being a lying, what do we call those people? Oh, whore? I don't know. Oh. Oh. He says, "I wanna know everything about you. It's part of being in love. Not tonight, though. I don't want any info tonight. We're good." Ooh, this Lifetime movie's getting spicy. Something specific spiked this, though. There's something you wanna know that I didn't tell you? Can you, like, tell me what it was? I know you're busy, tired, sore fingers, not wanting to text me because a call would be better or actually in person, but I will be up all night wondering, babe, worrying, feeling horrible. I would greatly appreciate you telling me, but if not, that's okay. Not tonight. 'Cause I'm, lying to my husband as I text this next to him. "Grossman, you don't have to put on the red light." Yeah, 'cause I have an active imagination, and honestly, I don't need that. Oh, the cringe is epic. From Josh. "Can't text it. This texting shit sucks." Several things. Bullet points. "If you lived one day with my phone, you would get it." Not mad at you, know that. It's this phone, these cuts, too time consuming. I have 2 hours of driving soon. Oh, crap. I have to get off this job. Oh, good lord. Kouri, K babe. It's draining to love you. My heart is burning with sadness to read that. Like it popped out of my chest and someone is stomping on it. I'm sorry, I'm so draining to love. I knew this would come one day. I was just hoping it wasn't today or anytime soon because I love you. I love talking to you, being with you, stomping on my marriage vows. I mean, laughing, joking, venting, and being overly happy with news I got today. The sense of never feeling judged with you and so comfortable around you. I don't have that in my marriage, and I really enjoy my relationship and love for you. But you're right. We both know this love triangle can't go on forever. I'll always be a Jacob girl. Yeah, Edward was gross and creepy. Changed my mind. Werewolves are hotter than sparkly vampires. Also written by a Mormon. Not that that has anything to do back to the original thing, just tangent. Let's see. You don't deserve it. I don't deserve you. I can't expect you to sit around for the day that the trigger gets pulled because who knows when that's going to be. I tried and failed. I can't expect you to sit home and wonder what I'm doing or my home life or when I might call you next or see you. That's so beyond selfish of me. You're right. I'm a whore. No, she probably didn't write that. Sorry, I didn't see it until just now. What a damn selfish person I am. How could I think someone like you would be okay with this for the rest of forever until I pull my head out of my ass? How selfish. How's selfish not a step away and let you just live your life without the constant wonder? Your love is draining. I'm sorry, babe. You're right. It has to be exhausting. And how dare me be okay with that? That mental and physically stress on you, mental and physical proofread author du jour. I'm sorry, babe. Maybe saying goodbye earlier than later is better. I'm sorry you have to work so late. I shouldn't have kept you so late this morning, winky face. No, I'm just kidding. Again, selfish. Wow, I'm just so angry. I'm just realizing this. I feel like an idiot. Don't text back. No words are needed. Finish up work. Go get some rest, and we can talk later. End scene. What in the 14-year-old melodrama is this bullshit? Like, Kouri has the emotional depth and discernment to figure out that she's being selfish. Sure. That would take introspection. And that doesn't affect anything on the outside, so she's not going to do it. That's why we watch these trials, to feel better about ourselves with friends. And we don't understand sports, or at least I don't. Love triangle, Josh Grossman. What do you mean by that? I don't get it. Sweetheart, sweetie, Josh, sweetie. Okay, I'm gonna Blue's Clues it for you. Okay. Now this is a triangle, this shape, and we're gonna put your queen Kouri up here. Now this is you, Josh, right here. No wait, I'm dyslexic. That's an L, but I thought I was making a J. So just imagine that is, look, it's Josh. It's a little backwards. He and I, we understand each other. And this is Eric. All right. Now, see, you both are sticking your P's into one V. Now that creates a triangle. Now, if you were in, say, Fleetwood Mac, that would be a love quadrangle and have more interesting people in it. And get some pretty cool music out of it. But sadly, we get these texts. Truly, passion does fuel some art, but it's hit or miss. I don't get it. Kouri explaining math and geometry. Well, sweetie, I'm married, and me, our relationship, I don't know what else to call it. I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. I'm glad we broke that down for him. I could talk to you right now. We could be great. Not a fair shot. Instead, it's going to be misinterpreted text once again. Instead, it's going to be, let's end this sooner. Wild. Sir, Find a girlfriend who isn't married and spends time with you. What she obviously isn't prioritizing you. I don't know why I'm dissecting a terrible relationship, but dude, you're the only one that's putting stuff into this relationship. Run fastly. Let's see. I meant what I said yesterday. I'll always love you, handsome, if that's okay. Can we talk tomorrow? I want to sleep as happy as I was when I woke up with you this morning. I won't misinterpret anything, or hope I don't until I talk to you about it more. Sorry, babe. And just to address this, Lady Tammy, I make fun of myself. I'm a recovering Catholic. I make fun of Baptist, just about everything. Um, so that's kind of what we're here for. It's not mean. Every religion has, I think, something that you can poke a little bit of fun at. If you're an outsider, it's not meant as a denigration. I fully believe that everyone's, journey to their creator, whatever they feel that is their own. But I think we can all make cultural observations. I make them of myself all the time. Let's see here. I won't misinterpret anything, or I hope that I don't, until I talk to you about it more. Sorry, babe. It's draining to love you. ... Let's see. You threw the last half of the sentence away. You changed the meaning of the sentence by deleting some of it and used a new sentence as an epiphany and a reason to profess your love triangle of Eric and end it sooner with me. That's what I gathered from that. Actually, he's very smart. Yes, she's manipulating you. Run away. Run away. Look, it's like gummy nerds. Look, I love them. I have gummy nerds and I have corn pops in here, neither of which are on a diet of anything other than, I think, me and the expert. It's not good for me. I mean, again, if you objectively look at this, it was obvious that she adored having someone chase after her. She didn't feel an equal in her own marriage. She wanted to feel superior. And this man, constantly pining and trying to work very hard on her relationship gave her some sort of, you know, ego boost that she really liked. But she didn't love or genuinely care for either of the men or her children. Given the evidence that I've seen in this trial, and this is kind of why I didn't do the background hearings and all of that, because I knew that I can harshly judge people. I don't like cheaters. Uh, but the one thing that completely destroyed my opinion of Kouri was the fact that none of the life insurance money went to anything revolving her children. And as someone who's been there, this is my real big problem. See, defense, come at me. You keep coming up to people, and this is where you will have a big issue with me. Now, the defense is trying this strategy of using she was a grieving widow, and that generally works until you run up to someone who's been there, done that, has the t-shirt, and has lived 19 years with losing my first husband. And then none of this makes sense, because I will tell you that from the day my husband passed to 2 weeks later, I had a job, and within a month, after getting my house foreclosed on, after learning that my husband hadn't made any, payments to it in the last year, I had an apartment, I had new furniture, and my kids and I were going to the grocery store without worrying how we were going to divide $10 for a week. So I've been there, I've walked there, I've had the t-shirt, and I can tell you that, anything that we got related to the death of my husband went to them first. So she can miss me with this "I was a grieving widow" bullshit. And he said, "Chopped liver over here." Male sign? You goofball? Oh, good Lord, another dissertation. I threw the last half of the sentence off because it's almost as bad as the first. Pretend to be an idiot. I took that as, are we ever going to address the elephant in the room and recognize what's really going on here, the bigger picture? Profess my love for Eric? What? That's not what I'm saying either. You took love triangle and changed it around to professing my love for Eric when that's not at all what I was doing. I'm telling you I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. That's 3 people. Want to make a circle with 3 people? No, you didn't. You just didn't the exact thing I did, assumed and misinterpreted. Y'all need walkie-talkies. Also, too much drama, good Lord in heaven. Like, this is making me tired. Imagine if they just said what they meant. Or was she trying to get it to be a menage a trois? Was she trying to set up a brother-husband situation? A new TLC show? If you think you love me now, then ending it sooner will be good for one reason only, because if you don't, you're going to fall in love with me in ways you never thought you could. That's a guarantee. Speaking of guarantee, last night by no means counts as your guarantee. It was not stated as such prior, so it doesn't count. Interesting. Speaking of guarantee, last night by no means counts as your guarantee. Interesting. Although I can't tell if they're just really poor at conveying their feelings or they're trying to sound deep or they just have such a poor concept of grammar and English. Yeah, I think so. It's called polyandry, and I do believe that the only place that polyandry is practiced is Peru, I believe, in very, very remote tribes. Because of the higher male mortality rate, it was kind of natural for a woman to marry a man and his brother or brothers, just because of, the high mortality rate. But yeah, it's only in, I think, Peru. It's not a very common thing. But I did it on purpose. You will never be chopped liver to me. Absolutely not true. I had an epiphany of the selfish person I really am. That's the only epiphany I had. The day you yelled at me on the phone, you had said I was selfish. And I was so offended by that. And now I understand why you said that and why I felt so mad because it's true. You're right. If we don't end things, I would fall deeper and more in love with you than I already am, which is going to be even harder. Okay, I'll take it, doesn't count, guarantee for the 3rd, maybe that will be more of a date to remember, than just celebrating Christmas and a guarantee. I know your fingers hurt. I know you're working. I can try and get away tomorrow for a phone call. I think we're going to need it. Oh, and thank you, JKD Buck. Polyandry is also in Nepal. It's a function of being mountainous land that can be passed down. Good port. Oh, it was Nepal, not Peru. Mix those two up. You are correct, JKD Buck. His fingers hurt. Was that what the guarantee was? Also, if you have to do it so long that your fingers hurt, just get a toy. Just throwing it out there. If you're going to be mad at me, you need to come see me and do it in person. If you're going to say goodbye forever because that's what you want, do it in person. Or better yet, just love me. Love me like you have no choice in the matter. Ew. I want to be my best for you. I want us to be ourselves for each other. This is so cringe. And Lady Tammy, I think you're right because I did kind of have questions because I didn't know if there were maybe different kind of variations in the LDS faith where maybe some congregations were more strict with alcohol and THC and other ones weren't. Because I'm kind of drawing on, different congregations in all the churches I've gone could have different rules. So I didn't know if it was something that, maybe the LDS church kind of frowns upon, but allows each parish to make their own choices, or if it was something that as a practicing member of the faith, you stayed away from regardless of where you went, just because I don't know. But I was surprised, and I guess I kind of had the assumption or the sort of stereotype that it was a higher percentage of LDS in Utah. So I didn't know how common sort of like, alcohol shops and things like that were, or if they were really regulated. So it's more that I didn't know. I love our love. I love you. Do you believe that we could be great together for each other? Oh, that would be a great idea because I want to be respectful. As much as I joke about religion and stuff, I do want to be respectful because it is a community and kind of a structure that I'm not aware of. And thank you, Lady Tammy. No, the LDS faith is a standard religion or religious across all ward. There is a Reformed LDS church and a fundamental LDS church where you get people. Okay, thank you for the clarification. I kind of go with the different denominations of like Christianity and different things. So I didn't know if maybe there were different sets of rules. But thank you so much for answering. And what did you mean by more of a day to remember? Why is he upset? Look, I know I have a bit of autism, so I don't understand emotions, which why all of this drama is making me tired, and I just rather, have people tell me exactly why either they're upset. I don't like all this subtext and rigmarole. I'd just much rather say, like, "I am angry at you because you didn't take out the trash," instead of, "You hurt my feelings and my emotions, and yesterday and Mercury was in retrograde." No. I'm not mad about anything, I promise. Saying goodbye, we promised to do in person, and both know it was coming and happening the day it happens. It's not what I want to do, but it's also not fair to you in any way possible because I want you, but can't break up my family. It's like having your cake and eating it too. I do just want to love you. I do love you. I love our love too. It's my favorite. What in again? Ew. Do I think we could be great together? Of course I do. You're one of my best friends, babe. Yeah, nothing like I love you with all my heart. You're my best friend, babe. And again, he's clearly much more invested than she was. No, ma'am. I thought you were getting a divorce. That's what I'm saying. What if that's in a year? You're supposed to just sit around and wait for me? No, and I would never ask you to. And cosmic blues, it's cringe in general, and also because we all have texts that we'd rather not be seen by thousands and have contact anxiety. Yes, yes. Although mine are hilarious, but would need a lot of context, to be fair. Also, the police would ask why I randomly but consistently send Mr. Mo the picture of Nancy Pelosi showing a large amount of cleavage in a swimsuit. And that is simply to horrify him. Take me back to 7 a.m., please. Of course I'd wait a year. If you're coming over on the 3rd to say goodbye to me, you're not invited. Boosh, to be fair, I did it a lot more when he used to work at an office because his phone would flash up a big old preview of Nancy Pelosi's cleavage on the front of it, and I wanted him to I wanted someone else to notice it. So to be fair, he would always like, "Why are you sending this?" I did kind of wanted to see if it would ever show up in a meeting. I am the most terrible wife ever. Ever. I am a horrible wife. Let's see. I'll just take 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. every day with multiple phone calls and visits in between. I'll see if I can find a tree and put it in Little Mill Creek tomorrow. If there's a particular one you want me to get, send me the info. No sweets. You do you tomorrow. Take the day. Just relax. Storage unit stuff. Panda walk. Panda walk. Is Panda his dog? I'm guessing. Don't worry about it. I really appreciate it, though. So I guess they're back together now? All that existential crisis is over? That is doing me. That's what I'm going to do. So if you don't want a Charlie Brown tree, you might want to participate. Haha, you're the best. The thought of not talking to you and listening to your silly jokes sounds awful in a million ways. I love you. Good night, pee in my oh God. No, no, any variation of anything like carrots, peas and carrots, like Forrest Gump. Josh, she's your Jenny, okay? Run, run. She's gonna leave you with a kid after she dies of gonorrhea syphilitis, okay? Run. Oh, good Lord. We have a poem. I love you, Kouri, an acrostic poem. Kind, or K for kind. O for outgoing, U for unique, R for romantic, I inches away from I thought there were gonna be different inches involved, and I was like, I don't know if I can inches away from signing her divorce papers and falling madly in love with her soulmate. Good night, Lima Bean. Bless his heart. Bless his sweet little heart. This is not I would be like, this is the most hilarious shit I've ever seen. I'm gonna send Mr. Mo a cross-stick poem right now. Although we're gonna have to use Mr. Mo, because, he's so let's see, Mr. Mo. So we've got MRMO. First M is for your mustache, which is part of your beard. Which is part of your beard. I'm sending this to him apropos of nothing. And seeing if he comes in. R for Mr. The responsibility you have. For my crazy behind. M for Mo we're married. Contractually marriage. Contractually obligated to love me. So, and then O. Otherwise occupied. Let's see what he say. What? This is why I couldn't be in the jury. I'd be laughing too hard. They'd need EMTs. They'd be like, "Ma'am, are you okay?" I'm like, "No, I'm pretty sure I'm having an allergic reaction to cringelarity." Dolly, I will help you. I will be your girl whisperer. As I'm a terrible girl, though, this is gonna be a bad thing. It's gonna be the blind leading the blind. Mr. Mo just sent a question mark.
Thank you, Scott. That test was from December the 18th, 2024. I meant to go in chronological order.
That was all one day.
Sir, we're going to go back in time to November the 29th, 2021. Scott, can I get 2-12 Delta? Can we scroll that through that for Mr. Grossman and counsel, please?
Yeah. Yes.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins on November the 29th, 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-12 Delta.
No objection.
States 2-12D is admitted.
And Your Honor, publish it, please.
Just be straight, babe. Well, I think we established that with her at least marrying and cheating with both males, but at least we've confirmed. You know I want to know. That's why I asked. I can't guess or decipher anymore. My head hurts. Get some rest. I don't want you to use your head anymore. It wasn't that big a deal, really. I'll call you tomorrow. Yeah, because in the history of ever, if you've ever been in an issue with your significant other, telling them to calm down and forget about it has worked 100% of the times, right? Right after you say, "Hey, honey, just relax. You're acting like your mom." Maybe it's a teeny deal. Sir, I'm sure it was cold. It was cold that day. It's a grower, not a shower. She isn't laughing at you, she's laughing with you. With you. But could you still tell me so I'm not made to sit here and wonder? That's not fun. From Kouri. When I was little, I grew up scrubbing other people's toilets in Park City at rich people's houses after school. Christmas breaks, all summer, I worked for my aunt's company. I was just always looked down upon because you're literally the person cleaning toilets. Where is a violin? Ee-er, ee-er. I always said to myself and my aunt, the sun'll come out tomorrow. Catch a rich guy and I'll kill him tomorrow. There'll be funds. Okay, no. Kouri the musical will be out later. Me and Andrew Lloyd Webber. One day I'll own property in Park City like all those rich, snooty people, and I will never be like them. Tomorrow I close on 3 properties, all in the same day, 2 being in Park City. That's a huge deal to me. Biggest accomplishment to date career-wise. It's never been about the money. It's been about being able to say, I too have properties at PC, and you're not better than anyone the way you treat people, and I can prove it. Tomorrow's a really big deal for me, self-accomplishment-wise. To sit and reflect and be so thankful. So I really just wanted to sit for a minute and celebrate with someone and have a drink. No one really knows about the PC properties. They won't mean.
Your Honor. Yes, sir. Water.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Grab a glass and there's cold water in there for you.
We're in talks. Mean anything to anyone, and that's okay. I like the secret part of and don't like people knowing my business. But tomorrow, for me, it's big. It's a big day for me. So that's all. I just wanted to see if I could find an hour we were both free to just toast to new beginnings of life and celebrate. That's all. Yeah, and I don't care what people do for a living. Honest work. I hope you have a great night. Good night from Kouri. Thank you. That's not silly, babe. Not telling me would have been silly. Very, very happy for you. Of course I'm gonna celebrate with you. Sleep great. Keep me posted. Love ya. Yeah.
Thank you, Scott. Scott, can I get 2-18 Delta, please? Can you please scroll through for Mr. Grossman and counsel?
Why does Kathy Nestor look like hopelessly devoted to you? Like she's over here, Sandy Duncan. Oh, for the love of Are we having a hard time pulling it up? Is he having a hard time reading?
Is that an accurate depiction of a January 9th,
Oh,
2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
I mean, I think so. I didn't necessarily recognize some of it. I saw the word dope sick in there. That doesn't, I don't know that that's, can you scroll back up to that one? That just doesn't seem like a topic of conversation of ours, but, or it doesn't seem like a word I recall.
Other than that word, does it appear to be an accurate depiction?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I've only heard it in this particular context, but dope sick I've heard is like if you're getting or detoxing from weed sometimes or illicit drugs, you can get sick. Or maybe, oh, a sick dope. Yeah, I really don't care. Although it does seem like he just made some, yeah, she's wretched.
Yeah, it's a TV show. Yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-18D into evidence
No objection.
The state's 2-18D is admitted.
and to publish, Your Honor.
There you go.
Random question. Have you ever done anything besides smoke weed, drug-wise? Subtle. Very subtle. Yeah, pretty random. We already had this talk. No, we haven't. From Kouri. I would remember. I'm like just curious. Yeah, we have more than once too. That first time was in Chili's. You, me, and Rodney. Well, what did you say? Yeah, I've done other things, not all of them, and not often. And you? It's not a big deal. I was just wondering. I'm starting a new series, Dope Sick, tonight that just came out a few months ago, and that's what made me wonder. When was the last time? And nope, not me. I don't recall. Are you sure? Prescriptions do count. Like years ago. Nope. Well, if prescriptions count, then when I had Weston, sorry. I don't recall isn't an answer. How could you not remember? I have a cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but not my thing. Years ago, cabinet full, and my thing isn't an answer. What's for dinner? She's making Eric a sandwich. That's what she's doing. How is that not an answer? I answered perfectly. No, prescriptions since I had Weston, and even then I didn't take them, so I stored them in my cabinet, just pain pills. They're still there. Pills and drugs aren't my thing. If prescriptions count, then years ago for drugs and prescriptions for you. Steak, mashed potatoes, mixed vegetables. You? No, my VA prescription. Feel like I took someone else's at one point. Just can't remember who or what. Too much alcohol first. Not sure. Looking for ideas. Had Mickey D's earlier. Yours sound good. Grill, boil, or bake. Sure would like to see you, be with you in the kitchen.
Thank you, Scott. Can I get 2-27 Delta, please? Please scroll through it for Mr. Grossman and counsel.
This is the worst time to have that I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back Chili's song in my head. Ribs sound good. Not gonna lie. You could safely kidnap me with Sailor Moon stuff, clearance candles, and baby back ribs. Yeah, nothing romantic like talking about the husband you're cooking for with your side piece. How long does it take you to read?
Your depiction of a February the 14th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins.
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves
I still don't think enough about
2-27D into evidence and to
Okay.
publish.
No objection.
227D is admitted. One moment. There you are.
Let's see. Good morning. I'll call you when I head down. Carpooling now, then have to run home and make a quick finger food for Carter's V-Day class party. Drop that at school, then hit the road. So probably around 9:40. Cool! Exclamation point. Leaving the school, commas. Headed that way. Liked headed that way. Mount chicka wow wow. Hour-long ride? Anything longer than 4 hours, please go to your doctor. I mean, humble brag. Giggity. Yep. Yeah, those are an abomination. Apparently she sent him a behavior or a map. I love you. I'm not sure. Love you. I love you. Wanna be one of my Valentines? That's from Kouri. I love you. From Kouri. Wanna, same thing. Wanna be, maybe it didn't get sent. I love you. I can take no. That's okay. Oh, bless his Liza Frank sparkly heart. My heart is smiling. When those words come from you, it's very unique. Different than any time I've heard them before. Those feelings, when coming from you, bring up different feelings in me. Very descriptive. Those feelings are, your love reminds me of how much God loves me. Reminds me that I am my mom's son. My mom's son am secretly the luckiest man on the face of the earth. It gives me immense amounts of appreciation, gratitude, and honor. I wouldn't trade your love in for a million of you name it, whatever's next best. Darling, you better believe that I'll be one of your good God, one. One of your yeah, mom's so proud you decided to make one of your Valentines a married woman. Will you be my Valentine tonight? I was writing you this on the way to Salt Lake. I know you feel the need to apologize, but just so you know, I like to see you on phone calls. I like to watch you something or other. Uh, so I can't quite. Oh, good Lord. This is so gross. Like, I want to be one in line of many. I heard Bonnie Blue is recently expecting. She might be open for a date too.
Appreciate you, man.
Those of you in chat who know, have there been any other allegations that Kouri had any other additional side pieces, like another handyman at another house flip? And he said, I love you the most. And she was only 8 miles away.
Scott, can I get 2-29D, please?
I hope that sweater is just itchy as hell.
Look at this as they go through.
Okay.
So you go back to the beginning, Scott.
Oh God, don't make him try to read again. Maybe. I guess I wouldn't have put that in that context. Especially when I'm talking about a romantic style love, then my brain wouldn't automatically connect my boys into that. But maybe.
Sir, did you recognize that as a February the 15th accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-29D into evidence.
No objection.
2-29D is admitted.
No, I know not in a sexual way. How does Harry know my name to correlate the conversation between Dave and who I am? I mean, I know you have talked about me, but I didn't think it would be anything worth remembering. No, I know not in a sexual way. I guess if I were in romance, the way my brain is that you have wife brain and you have mom brain, but they're not going to be on at the same time. Wife brain, like I have to fully turn off mom brain. So if I am in mom brain mode to where I'm like trying to be romantical with Mr. Mo, I'm generally not thinking about my boys because that would take me right into mom brain. And yeah, so I guess for me, it wouldn't be natural to, if I'm in that romantical mode, to think about kiddos. Fair point, Dark Lotus. Let's see. Harry owns 10 doors. I feel like this is a start of a math problem in the SAT. Ari owns 10 doors. We've spoken about real estate since we first met. Also, questions of who I know, where I live, what brought me to Utah, etc. Though I tried not to allude to it, he could probably tell that I was in love with you. Matt Strong deal finding 10 months worth of daily grind. Then there was Sandy. He brought you up all the time. He cares about his business and about me, and I'm almost half of his workforce. The way I speak of you, eyes light up, lively, proud, honestly, and deservingly praising when things are good, and not speaking and looking like I have a foot and a half in the grave when they're not. Uh, so he could have had it, brought to his head, but it's hard to forget you. Oh my goodness. He was an undercover. Oh, good Lord. You just can't make this crap up. Oh, Lord. Wait, did you just say you're in love with me? Big difference in loving someone and being in love with someone. Did you need to correct that? No, it isn't if you have a functional brain cell. So, Eric, they're both mentally matched at 13 and a half. No correction, no ma'am. I am in love with you. I hope that's okay. I can't change it. How do you feel now? No change, doesn't change me, doesn't have to change us. I've been this way for a long time.
Man.
Yes, in love with YOU, of course I would. Yes. Because low-key my cat is. Normal? Have a good day, babe.
Scott, can you please bring up 2-31D?
Me too. Tilde. I think he's very embarrassed and very ashamed. But he also didn't stop. Again, she gave him every opportunity, like, we need to stop this, because she liked him fighting for her. But I do read that he is ashamed, and this is not something he's proud of. But it is very much apparent that Kouri enjoyed. He is a very much all in type of person. You can tell that whatever he is, he very much, when he commits, and he's willing to stand there through the hard times, or he thinks he is. And Kouri enjoyed, kind of leading him on. So I do feel bad for him, but he also made the choice to move across the country for a married woman. And to have your very vulnerable, feelings to be put out in front of everyone can't be easy. And have a wonderful lunch, Wolfram. Now, I am surprised that the judge hasn't said something about possibly taking a break. The judge has been very good at kind of watching the witnesses and the jury and suggesting breaks in a way that looks very natural, but also is a graceful way of maybe giving the witnesses a little bit of a break. So it will be interesting to see if they take a break in just a little bit.
Sir, is that an accurate
Yes,
depiction?
yes,
February 19th text message?
yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-31D into evidence.
No objection.
2-31D is admitted.
Hi, can I give this Keller Williams chick your info? So this is from Josh to Kouri. I think he was just a little overwhelmed and took a little bit longer to look through all of the text. So I think he was just apologizing for that. Email only, excuse me, email only, please. KW agents are hard to work with because their brokerage doesn't allow for them to decrease their commission, and we only want to pay 1%, but would still totally chat with her. Thank you for the energy and time that you've put into this. I really appreciate you. 3 exclamation points. Babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day, not just sexually, but physically, mentally, every day when I wake up. I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away and you could just be here, life could be so perfect. 3 exclamation points. I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm sorry. And Gail, what we might do is, I know Nick has real life stuff, so we might do that over the weekend. He has been super busy at work, so I've been taking the morning portions of this since my internet's gotten back up. But hopefully we will be able to do a 2-person read because, yeah, I can't do the guy parts as well. This is from way earlier. Sorry, my phone died plus customer talk. 30 more seconds and I would have kept going and going. Erase short-term and long-term rental stagers, Kouri MA and just MA, ma'am, teacher, coach, hero 2-3, speed reader, speed demon, organizer, host, planner, Bowis, maybe he meant badass. I don't know. Center of every room, motivator, caretaker, philanthropist, chief, cleaning crew, teacher, Boy Scout, COO. You better believe I'm going to address your next text in a bit. You're so sweet. Please don't repeat that to anyone. Haha, you just keep all those sweet words to yourself and let others believe whatever they'd like to quote unquote think about me. Thank you for giving her my information. I'll watch for an email. You finish work and please address my latest text in a bit. I love you. I always appreciate your sweet, kind words. I hope you know I think you're one incredible man. I'm not sure what I'd do without you. But you got the title teacher twice, but the first was everywhere but the schoolhouse to the boys, and the second was literally at the schoolhouse. Oh, I feel bad for him. I really do. Like this. Aw. And whoa, this is from Josh. What would you do without me? I just erased this because I knew I would send it to you in my next text, but I didn't know it would be this one. We're thinking alike. I love you. Oh, babe, there's nothing more than I want than to be with you now, no matter what's going on. I love your company. I know that a lot of times the time we spend together has somewhat of a cloud hanging overhead. I really look forward to quality time with you that isn't rushed and doesn't have a goodbye lurking around the corner. I've been in the truck running errands, or I would have texted you 10 times by now. I wish we could talk. I feel like maybe you're having a rough day in some ways. I sure would like to hold on to you, to do something to make you happier right now, to make your tomorrow better. I love you today even more than I did yesterday. Promise with my heart, I'm a very, very lucky man. And then it kind of goes out. I feel bad for him. I don't feel sorry he made his choices. You're correct. That is a more correct statement. I feel bad that this is being publicly paraded, but he made the choice and he typed all of these things. And he knew she was all the married.
Oh, man.
Sit back for a second.
Yes, just wanted to say I love you and good night. That's from Kouri. I don't know.
Sir, would you like to take a break?
Mr. Grossman, level with me. Do you need a minute or two?
I don't know what I need.
Let's just start with that. Why don't we take pause for a moment, sir, if you don't mind. Let's take a 5-minute break, please. Please rise for the jury.
And I feel bad for
Sorry. No apologies. Please have a seat. Mr. Grossman.
Yes.
I'm gonna let you.
and I'm gonna look, this is heartbreaking. As a person who, loves Mr. Mo, it's not easy for him to open up about his feelings. Feelings for him are about as confusing and illogical to him as they are to me. So for him to have the trust in me to share with his feelings, with her, it's so much more of a betrayal. So I can imagine that he hasn't been this vulnerable with anyone else for a very long time, and he thought he found someone who wasn't using him. And then to see all that genuine emotion he put in, and she's just blowing him off, it's gotta be a little bit heartbreaking. And yeah, the kids are the main importance. I hope they are being taken care of. I hope they have all the support and people to talk to about all of their feelings with this.
Take a few minutes, collect yourself. You're welcome to walk around the lobby. You're welcome to use the restroom. Do not speak to anyone. All right?
Nobody in here.
Nobody in here. In fact, I'm going to ask everybody that's in here to just sit tight for 5 minutes so we don't have any ambiguity about whether anybody is interacting with Mr. Grossman while he just takes a short break. Feel free to stretch your legs. There are going to be more questions. I just need you to be present, able to listen.
All right.
Fine. Take 5 minutes. Don't talk to anybody. Okay?
Okay.
You go stretch your legs for a second.
I feel like I got something I want to say.
Yeah, but you're going to have to wait and just answer questions that are asked, okay?
Okay, I'm ready though.
You sure?
As
You
I-
sure you don't want to stretch your legs?
It ain't the legs that
All right.
need to stretch. I mean,
Well, I'm going to sit here for a minute and
I'm
just
cool
answer
with
an
that.
email and take a deep breath,
I'm
okay?
cool with that.
All right. After you take 5 breaths, will you line the jury back up? Thank you. It's important that you just wait for the question asked, okay?
Gotcha.
I appreciate that, sir.
I didn't file that in case. I just.
Bowen, whenever they're lined up, you can bring them. Thank you, sir. Folks, please have a seat. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Mr. Grossman, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth, your next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Scott, can I get 2-32D, please?
Just glance as these go by. Mr. Bloodworth will have a question for you.
Okay, 2. Which one are we on?
Hey, while we're look, I don't want to think about feelings because they kind of bother me, but while we're thinking about this, JKD Buck, I know you're going to get what I'm thinking here, but on oh gosh, it's Road Warrior, it's Thunderdome. The little guy that was controlling the big guy and in Total Recall, the little guy that was controlling the big guy, can we make that thing on Kouri's forehead have one of their faces? Just asking for a friend if you get to it. Because I have an idea. Yes, Master Blaster. I couldn't remember his name, but it was like the little guy. Yeah, her eating in her uncomfortable sweater.
Sir, is this an accurate depiction of a February 23rd, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-32D.
No objection.
2-32D is admitted.
Let's see. This is from Kouri. Hi, babe. I hope you had a great day. It sure was a cold one. Hopefully you're dressed warm. Super sad I couldn't come see you, but I understand work is busy sometimes. I wanted to celebrate some semi-good news with you tonight. Maybe another time. I miss you. I hope I can see you next week. Is there anything I can do for you? Please let me know. Yes, I had soup for dinner. Make it home okay? She's not a D. She's a hopeful C cup, if not a borderline B cup. Get it? We're starting over. Phone died. It had 100% charge a couple times today. Didn't use it that much. Yes, it was quite a chilly day. It's a shame that I have to use my fingers and can't wear gloves. Sometimes the garages are colder than the driveways. I stopped for Domino's. I always want to celebrate with you. You have to tell me what happened. Before my phone died, my text was a series of questions. What time does the convoy roll out in the morning? Where will y'all stay? Uh, what is their most important good accomplishment or uh, news of the day? Ditto bad. Something something. Ah. I have a crazy dream. So you quit your job and I divorce and come up with millions and millions. And we buy Midway and I live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day, like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive with uh are competitive, and we just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm. Deal? Leaving around 10 a.m., I think. First game is at 6:30 p.m. Staying at my father-in-law's house down there. Haha, well, Carter and Weston would be they didn't have any cavities at the dentist. Ashton would be how he kicked someone's butt at practice today, I'm sure. My random thought or idea is above. Share something with you, like what am I wearing? When should we go to CA? And when are we going to see each other again? Haha. Or your curious mind could just ask me. And I also look, I get people are human. I get that people have affairs. I am so icked out that she is telling him about her kids, that he is acting like a pseudo dad and all of that. Like that's the part that icks me out. Um, but here's the thing, Josh. Yeah, you slept with and had an affair with a married woman. Have I done that? No, but I've done a lot of other dumbass stuff. And you know what I do? I get up every morning and I try to be a better person. So, forgive yourself for this, let the embarrassment sting just a bit, and then go on to be a better person. Don't let this stop you from doing something good. You're still here on this earth, which means you have a purpose, and it may not be a grand or huge purpose. Maybe it's just showing people that you can get up after something this cringy and go on to do good. But forgive yourself of this, atone for it, and go on and do better. Because that's all you got to do. Yeah, you got pretty humiliated and you made some bad choices. Deal with it and move on. Wow, that's some pretty powerful in quote or in parentheses daydreaming question mark. Not sure if you're saying that you had a dream while you were asleep or if you had a dream while you were awake. That would be implied with daydreaming. A dream is just a goal without a plan, right? I guess I could just say deal. I'm definitely digging all of that. I'm going to get to see, or am I going to see the Midway Mansion in its current state? Is that what you want to celebrate with me? Does that mean that Ashton has cavities and the others didn't kick butt? I doubt it. Nope, I don't want to know what you're wearing or not wearing. I just know that I'm not there to see it or be it. So, ew. So I don't approve. Yeah, I'd like to know when you're thinking of going to California. I'll probably have one rack, something or other. I've been thinking that dream for weeks. Not possible, but it's fun to dream. Maybe another property when the timing's better. Sounds kind of amazing, though, right? I would love to show you Midway. It's insane. Crazy, crazy place. Haha, that means yes, Ashton had a cavity. Not sure on California yet. Her title work is a mess. I'm working on or through it. We extended closing until the 4th, but I don't see that happening. As soon as I figure out some more things, hopefully tomorrow I'll have a better idea. Uh-oh. Harry's not going to approve of you moving things around. What you going to do? I was just thinking of going one early morning and spending a night or two and coming back super quick. Interesting. I don't know. Yeah, she does think she's just, an entrepreneurial success waiting for the success. JK, I know you love me, babe. Why do you ask? So that's Kouri. I wasn't really asking as much as I was finding another way to tell you again. What are we going to celebrate today? Halloween, Christmas, New Year, Valentine's Day, the right way, one of your many acquisitions or sales? Did you already answer the question? What's going on here? You're so cute. Not that big of a deal, really, huh? We can chat next week about it or whenever I see you again. She doesn't want to text this. That's the tell me even though I didn't ask of day. But I understand your desire to wait for a moment. I just hope you don't forget and the right moment comes. Also, we're not postponing getting to know each other better. All right, I'm sure little ones are there or really close. I'll let you do your thing. You're lucky I'm not in your space right now. Ew. You couldn't beat me off of you. Again, ew. Good night, sweetheart. Yeah, she very much enjoys him running after her to get information, to beg him for information. You're so cute. Not a big deal. Adam didn't come through with the funding for Midway. Matt did, though. He's going to fund it for me. I just need to put down 300K. But good news is, it's really getting funded. That's all. Boys are almost home. I wish you were here. I want you on me. Oh. Good night, babe. Wow, that is great news. So this is from Josh. Good job, Core. Love your name, babe. Can you lean on private money for that? We'll talk about it whenever you want. Well, I'm super sad I didn't get to see you today. That I'm not your whatever you want right now. Looking forward to our time.
Scott, can we get 2-36D, please?
Yeah, I always feel very bad because I know mine are terrible.
Accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-36D.
No objection.
2-36D is admitted.
Okay, this is Josh. Hey, cutie. Yeah, everything is good. My body disagreed with my mind yesterday. Before I went to work, I sat down to eat that hush puppy thing, and that's all I recall until about 11 p.m. Sounds like the fire department experience was not a disappointment. Call me if you get a chance today. Hope your talk with Matt went well. Yes, I do. No worries. Just wanted to make sure you're all good. Fire department was so fun. The chief is like 65 or 70 and was so cute. I just got this text from Matt today. I could have cried and definitely will call you. Let's see, attachments, something or other. Nothing. Oh, wait, let's see. I can't even believe this. I want to celebrate with you. Well, Friday, when it's officially closed and recorded, we're done. That's from Kouri. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you for always being my support, shoulder, and rock. I need you all the time. Some things I could just never do without your encouragement. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. So this is Matt's, her lender. Okay, cool. So this is how I propose on my end with Burns now coming in with 400. Sierra West funding of 2.5 million, loan of 600 or 2,625,000. ATM Michael Burns funding of 400,000, loan amount of 420,000. That will get you 100% financed on the purchase. Then you can decide if you want to use any of the other monies you've already raised for closing costs. Maybe you won't end up needing these folks. Oh, Yuri Buchanek.
Scott, 2-38D, please.
Scott needs like a whole thing of cookies or something, being so good at tech.
Sir, do you recognize this as an accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
I do. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna remember every word in there, but I'm not saying it's not. These are our texts, period.
Thank you.
Whether I remember them all or not, but yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-38D.
No objection.
2-38D is admitted.
I love you from Kouri. Okay, thanks. I needed that. Bet the dentist is going to charge me more money in late fees than money I made today. Winner, winner, no time for lunch, no time for dinner. I'm an hour away. I just decided I'm not going today. Screw it. He can keep his late fee and give me the reminder of my 2,300 minus the filling. I'm no closer to knowing how wide your bathtub is. Is that a euphemism? I love you too. This phone is going to be the death of me, or it's going to be the death of this phone. I'm going to turn it off and spend tonight on my floor, or it's going to spend tonight on my floorboard. I can't take it anymore. Wait, back. Have a great night. Bye. Oh, there's the size of the tub. This is not as professional as something you would send me, but it's all I've got. Sorry for you're having such a bad, sad day. I know you miss Panda and blank, and work isn't going as you want. To me, you're worth $millions a year. I'm honored to be your friend, quote unquote, best friend, actually lover. Go to life as life is going to be different, I promise. You're one hell of a patient person. I hate your hard days. I wish I could be there to turn them around for you. Can I try Friday? Give me a few days. Hang in there until then, please. She just laughs so much, and it's nothing she says is funny or clever. I hope you don't turn your phone off. I know you're sad, but I love you. 6 exclamation points. Be safe. I miss you. 5 exclamation points. Wish you knew how much you make my heart smile if it could. Burst if it could. Love immensely. You're incredibly smart and talented. Wait. Talented man, loving, caring soul, most selfless person I've ever met. My babe, good night. This is the second, and didn't he pass away on the 3rd into the 4th? So I think we're coming to it.
Scott, can you please split screen 2-39D1 and 2-39D2? Scott, can you go to just 2-39D? Scroll through down.
All right, we're taking a break because this is going on the thumbnail until this pops. But JKD Buck, thank you. This is definitely going on all the thumbnails until this thing goes. JKD Buck, I love it. This is exactly what I was thinking. This is exactly what I was imagining. I am here for it. I love it. Now back to the cringe. The days of our cringe.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a March 3rd and a March 4th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-39D into evidence.
No objection.
2-39D is admitted.
And as much as we have made fun of this sister, the way she ran in there and said, "Where are my boys?" I don't think that this sister, this mama bear of those boys, Kouri obviously seemed to be, out of it. I think they're not being exposed to any of this, or at least I hope not. And she seems very much protective mode. So almost I'm reading a little bit of helicopter parent. So I hope that they are being well protected and well cared for and away from this crazy trial.
Man.
Just pause for a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Man.
Just pause for a minute.
Okay.
I hope I get it. Something or other. It's official now.
Okay.
Let's see here. Josh to Kouri. So it's official now. I thought it already was. What do you think Ronnie is going to do? The possibilities are so endless with that place, 3 exclamation points. It would be a piece of cake to cover the mortgage. I would never, ever worry about that. I would love to run that as a business. How amazing. Someone is going to kill it with that. Well, he has me working on his resume tonight. Okay, this is a long one, kind of giving you a hard time here, but I do so with love, affection, some honesty, and a light heart, and patience and understanding, I promise. I will happily take a bit of time, take any bit of time I get with you. But if we're going to celebrate, I want to celebrate. I don't want to keep the Mylar balloons in their packaging and the Scott tape in those sad flat things to the ceiling and return them that afternoon. I want to blow them up with helium and watch them fly off at sunset. Also, not a good idea, very bad for wildlife. Don't launch balloons. I want, and ideally right before bedtime and at sunrise as well. I don't want to keep the barcode stickers on the wine glasses or not pop the top off of the bottle of champagne because you're going to be speeding without a seatbelt on, a winding, and already ran off a cliff before Mountain Road in just a bit. I don't want Interstellar to consist of 90% of our visit. So I guess Interstellar is going to be like bigger pockets of podcast as far as we're concerned. I want to be there when the news comes in, seeing and hearing your reaction, waiting to pounce on you with hugs and kisses, the confetti, the music. Let's see. To release the hidden mariachi band that has spent the entire day twisted together in the cabinet under the sink. That's oddly specific, but interesting. One of your painters, one of your landscapers, a drywaller, 2 people off a cleaning crew, 1 giant bass guitar with no frets, a shoulder-slung guitar that only has 5 strings, 2 trumpets, 1 violin, and a maraca in every pocket. Appetizers and apple ciders. What the hell is this? A special dinner and dessert, and the intimate attention deserving of a super sexy cutie with a booty, sweetheart, and absolute knockout of a rock star real estate investor and amusement park owner. Good Lord. Do you recognize that? Not feel Or not bad for a free, right? Just being funny, babe. Don't be mad. I 100% respect and understand your schedule. I'm not mad at you at all. I just haven't had a second to text. Give me a few. Love you. Hey, babe. How are you feeling today? I'm so proud of you. This is from Josh on the 4th. Hey, what's going on with you? Are you good? No. So this is obviously when he passed. Eric passed away. Talk later. What? No words, turning phone off. Eric passed away last night. No words either. Lost. Nuts. I can't do this. I'm devastated. So that's Josh. I can't comprehend. I don't know what to say or do. I want you to be safe. You're everyone. What happened? Who are you with? "3 a.m. I called the ambulance. Been up since then. People, family, friends still here. They think an aneurysm.
Scott, can you bring up the gift attached to that? Sir, is that an accurate moving depiction of the gift thumbnail that was attached?
Was attached to what?
The email we just looked at.
That seems like pretty. I mean, I don't know. Who sent that? Me?
We can go back to that. Scott, can you take us back to 2-39?
I don't think so.
Sir, can you see that?
I see that. Maybe I'm just mixed up on the times or dates or something.
Sure. If you bring up the gift.
If I sent that after reading what I just read on here, then I was,
Just wait for the next question.
Okay.
Is that the moving version of the thumbnail that was attached?
Right.
Your Honor, the state moves this in. What I'd like to do, I'm not sure how they got separated. I would like to mark the the text exchange as 2-39D1, the associated GIF as 2-39D2.
No objection, but could we clarify the gift was sent on March 3rd? Those texts cover both March 3rd and March 4th.
The GIF was sent, it's in the text. It was sent at 7:22 p.m., March the 3rd, 2022.
Okay. 2-39D1 and D2 are admitted. What order would you like to publish things in?
Your Honor, let's please publish D1 and then we'll publish D2 at the end.
Okay. Scott, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we've walked through D1.
My apologies.
D1.
Okay.
So it's just publishing D2.
Okay.
We're walking through
Do you
many
want to
Ds.
show do you want to show the message at the end to provide context for the thumbnail, or do you want to go directly to D2?
Tell you what, Scott, give me D1 on the left, D2 on the right, thumbnail portion of D1 on the left.
One moment.
They had to use D,
Okay.
double Ds. A field of Ds. Oh, cringe.
Thank you. Scott, can I get 2-49D?
I don't know. I will ask Nick because it has been more noticeable that it's been a bit off kilter with this trial, but this has been very disjointed.
Or is that an accurate depiction of a March 20th, 2022 text exchange between you and Miss Richins?
I believe so.
Your Honor, state moves to admit and publish 2-49D.
No objection.
2-49D is admitted and we'll publish now.
So this would be the secret resort at the adults only vacation they were looking at, I guess, on March the 30th. Are we there yet? Kouri said. I don't know how you feel about that, the visitors. I feel however you feel, but without knowing, I think I'm glad for the village. How many commas can a guy put in one sentence? I made a harbor freight run. Now I'm going to pick up a couple of fuegos and go get busy. Not my preferred kind of busy. That place sure does look cool. It's definitely pretty there. Soon enough, though, it's going to be breathtakingly beautiful and the most stunning place on the planet. I can't believe it. I've known of, wanted to go for so long. Speak any French? Do you mind if I ate a ton of curry tonight? From Josh. It's a lot, overwhelming, exhausting, repeating yourself, emotions all over again. Sounds like a good evening, I guess. Could be better. Looks so pretty. I've always wanted to go there. No French. Haha. Why would I care, silly? It's not like I'm there. Let's see. I feel like it's a little out of the ordinary compared to some places. I could very easily expect the exact opposite. No visitors, nobody wanting to bother you, especially wouldn't expect the army of heathen kids, except for Ashton's protege. I just need a little time and some beers to bring out my Frenchness. I'll be spouting some wee wee before the night is done. Oh no. Don't show us the GIF. Why French? Where is that coming from? Huh. A lot of Frenchies over there. That's the main language, I think. No. Haha, no, it's English, goofball. French Caribbean, St. Martin, helpful info language. But you're right. It's only 6 or 7% that speak the French. Gonna get some eggs Benedict over there for sure. Yes, please. Yes, please. Can't wait. Facebook Marketplace, some sort of item. Yes, ma'am. Gonna be awesome. Yeah, I'm trying to. This was 3 weeks after her husband died, correct? Thank you.
We can stop it there, Scott. Thanks.
I don't know what the passport thing is. Or $600 boat runs, boat motors. I don't know. I know it's not even remotely interesting to you. That crappy table, I could build $40,000 worth of $200 tables with this material. Or I could build legit wedding or welding tables, at least 100 of them, $400 plus a piece. I just wanted you to see how expensive a used scissor lift trailer can be. It would cost me somewhere between $1,000 and $1,300 to build that trailer from scratch utilizing this steel, enough metal to build 40 of them at $5,000 a piece. Let's see. It'd be $150,000 profit. That's all I've got.
Scott 2-51D.
Scott coming in with a D.
(2022) text exchange between you and Ms. Richins.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-51 Delta.
Oh, sorry, no objection.
2-51D is admitted.
I love you. From Kouri to Josh, I love you. You were in my dream. That's a nightmare, sweetheart. Nightmare. I think I want you to be my husband one day. Also nightmare. And run. I would respond to that a bunch of different ways. I would assume that you finished second in a few drinking games, and I would show you this and give you $1 million of each. Oh, no. If you could see yourself through my eyes, you'd know how much I love you. I'll love you forever. Aw. You.
It's your last one. 2-53 Delta, Scott. Sir, do you recognize that as an April the 15th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yeah, I recognize it. I didn't have time to read it all. I'm not saying that I need to. I'd like to read it later, maybe.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-53D and publish.
No objection.
2-53D is admitted.
Uh-oh, was Harry mad? Mine should be super quick and I big deal. I would also appreciate that. I'm going to call. I had 22 cops searching my damn house Wednesday for 8 hours. This shit just keeps getting worse and worse. Yeah, won't someone think of Kouri? Eric died. Kouri most affected. Searching your house for what? The autopsy report isn't done yet, but the toxicology report came back and he had a trace of, no, not a trace, not a whiff, not a hint, not a scotch. He had 5 times the lethal dose, not a hint. He had a trace of fentanyl in his system. I don't even know what the hell that was until they showed up at my door. My attorneys are fighting it because they detained me. No reading me my rights. Rights aren't spelled like that, sweetheart, especially not the ones you're using in context. You're an author, but far be it from me to correct you. They ever told me why they were at my house to, and what the hell they were looking for. I was like, WTF, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark. They had a search warrant and everything. Yes, this is how that works. This is so fucking ridiculous. All that drug dog and everything, and they don't find a damn thing but Eric's weed gummies? Congratulations, idiots. They were so disappointed. My attorney said in order to get a search warrant, they would have to have some kind of proof a crime was committed, whether it's drugs being sold in and out of my home or me having something to do with this shit. I don't know even what the fuck that is. I thought it was cocaine. The detective isn't corrected me. They took all my electronics out of my house, even my kids' stuff. Yeah. Won't someone think of Kouri's inconvenience? Eric does not do fucking drugs. He ate a shit ton of edibles, 4 to 5 a week, but rarely even drank. This is absurd. They don't even have a COD yet, cause of death. How can they just jump to all this bullish before we even know? Crud. Ronnie swears the gummies were laced with it because it was a new pack. This is all just so freaking stupid and crazy. Dark Lotus, how dare you use logic? I have tons of questions / thoughts. I'll save them for a phone call. Okay, from Kouri. Call you in a bit.
So did there come a time after Eric Richins' death when you met up with Kouri?
Yes.
Do you recall the first time?
Yes.
About when was that?
I'd guess 2 weeks, 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that.
What happened when you met up with him?
I forget where we met, but we rode up into the Uinta Mountains together. Two vehicles, I think. I can't remember. We both wound up in hers, though, in her vehicle. We sat there and talked.
Did you talk about Eric?
Yes. Yeah, that was the first opportunity to really, that was the first time.
Did there come a time during that discussion that Kouri Richins asked you about killing?
You want me to contextualize it?
Please.
So, yeah, we sat there and talked for quite a while, and I had never seen her that way, obviously. It was a heavy conversation.
Yeah, I mean, there's only like one opportunity for her to be, well, newly widowed, so I guess you wouldn't have seen her in that state. Keen observation, astute noticing, situational awareness, on target.
And I'm not used to that with her. she's not used to being open like that.
I mean, you're not used to her having depth of any sort, and you're used to her being vapid and shallow. Okay, proceed.
So at one point, my opinion then, probably still now, looking back, was that, you know, she was looking for any reason. I think she was exhausted emotionally. And I think she was looking for a reason to divert the conversation away from herself, because she does that. She does that about lots of things in every normal life, you know. And I think that's what she did. She asked me, go ahead. I'll let you ask. I know.
Sure.
But
Did she ask you a question about killing?
she did ask me yeah.
What's her did she ask?
She asked if I had ever killed anybody.
And was that specific to killed anybody while serving in Iraq?
Right.
Did you respond?
I did.
Did she ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Sir, what was that follow-up question?
She asked me how it made me feel or something along those lines. And then I answered her. I took it as not out of the normal, though, really.
Did you and Kouri Richins stay romantically involved after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
For how long?
You'd have to look at my phones to tell me that. I'm going to guess, bless you, 6 months, maybe 8, 10. Best guess.
And then what happened?
I don't know. Just you had a falling out, disagreements. I think, you know, things changed after Eric passed. I mean, you know, I don't know what to say. Things weren't the same. So I don't know if that led to us parting ways or what, but there was a lot on both of us. You know what I mean?
Understand. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Oh, do you need to take a restroom break? May we take a restroom break? Yes. Please rise for the jury.
We are going to get through the end of this day, then I'm probably going to start a new stream just so I can keep the days separated, but let's get into cross. Now, I am going to be off stream because I'm going to refill my drink and take a quick bio break, but let's get into this, y'all. Who will we pick as our opponent? Oh no, it's Bart Simpson. Oh Lord. On that note, I am using the restroom.
Let's do it. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll now proceed with cross-examination of Mr. Grossman. Mr. Grossman, you're still under oath. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grossman.
Good afternoon.
All right. So, Mr. Grossman, you said that you and Ms. Richins met in South Carolina, correct?
Yes.
And she was flipping a house or more than one house there?
One at that time.
And she hired you to do some work on it, correct? Mm-hmm. Was that in response to an ad? Mm-hmm. She hired you?
Yeah, IKEA furniture is what it originated as. But,
Okay. And you knew each other for quite a few years before your relationship turned romantic, fair?
Yes.
And you weren't in contact that entire period of time from Was it about 2017 you met or earlier?
No, it was earlier than that. I'm no good with dates.
That's okay, but earlier than 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And then you weren't in constant contact between 2017 and 2000 when you became romantically involved.
No. I think we had maybe 2 or 3 years we didn't speak.
All right.
I'm guessing here.
That's fine. So in 2020, you decided to move out to Utah, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And one of the reasons you moved to Utah was because you were going to work on some houses with Kouri, correct?
Yes.
And you were interested in flipping houses yourself, fair?
Yes.
And that was something she was going to participate with you.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So let's look at, we're going to talk about some of these text messages that the state just pulled up, and I want to ask you some questions about some of them. The first one, I believe, is State Exhibit 3-1, and this isn't actually a text message, but let's pull that up. And this has been admitted. That is not it. I don't believe. There we go. Thank you. All right. Publish this when we speak about it. So you said you recognized that as a vacation that Kouri had booked for you and Kouri.
Yes.
And she booked this on December 7th, correct?
Yes.
And then you said she told you it was a birthday present, correct?
Yes.
Your birthday was December 9th, correct?
Right.
And this vacation was scheduled for, do you recall the dates? I know it was April 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you never went on that vacation, true?
True.
All right. Okay, let's move to, let me ask you this. You said that you two texted almost daily for a long period of time.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep.
All right. But you and Kouri weren't consistently in a relationship between 2020 and 2022. There were times when it was on, times when it was off. Fair?
Fair.
All right. Let's pull up State's Exhibit 2-13D. And if we could pull up page 10 of that text, Katie, and blow up the blue bubble, I think. I can't read it all in here. Okay. So this series of text messages took place December 18th of 2021, right? It says on the bottom there.
Yes, ma'am.
And these messages were part of a conversation discussing ending your relationship, correct?
I'm going to need a minute.
Do you need to look at more than that one text to determine that?
Maybe not. I don't know.
Can you maybe show him a couple of texts before that? Can you see that, or do you need that blown up?
Yeah, if you could zoom in a little bit, that would be good. Okay, is this where we're starting?
Sure.
Okay.
If you can just go ahead and scroll. Thank you, Katie. Let me stop there. It says, you need to come see me in person if you're going to say goodbye forever, right?
Right.
So this series of text was talking about that you may be ending things, correct?
I guess so.
All right.
I mean, I don't
Well, let's just look at it.
necessarily remember it, but that's what it sounds like. Unless we were just being tongue in cheek. I
All
don't
right.
know.
Well, let's look at a couple. Oh, I'm sorry. Did not mean to interrupt you, Josh.
No, that's okay.
Let's look at a couple more. Maybe pull up Kouri's again there, the blue bubble. And she says that she's not mad, but you did promise to say goodbye in person.
Okay.
It's not what I want to do, but it's not fair.
Yeah, I'm tracking now.
Okay.
That sounds like adios to me.
So it was late 21, after the vacation was purchased, that there was a discussion about ending the relationship. Fair?
It appears that way.
Okay. But you didn't end it then. I mean, I don't know, maybe you did briefly, but if you did, you got back together, right? Or you resumed. I know you were never together, but you resumed your relationship.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at text State Exhibit 218D that's been admitted. And Katie, could you just get to your... All right. So, Mr. Grossman, this was about, well, first it was about a television show called Dope Sick, right? We talked about that on your direct. Well, you and Mr. Bloodworth talked about that.
Mr. Grossman, my apologies. We need words, yes or no.
Okay. I can't see it. Can you zoom in a little bit for me?
Go ahead.
Please.
And while Katie's doing that, and you take a look,
Okay.
yeah, she's starting a new TV show, Dope Sick, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she's asking you questions about if you have taken drugs, right?
Yes.
And you kind of go back and forth.
Yes.
And at one point, she tells you, and Katie will pull up the text so you can see it, that she has a whole cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but it's not her thing, correct?
Correct.
And then you can get the painful one. And then she also tells you, and we'll pull up the text, that when she had her last child, that she had a bunch of pain pills and they were still in the cupboard. She just hadn't even taken them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you guys talk back and forth about drug use, and is it fair to say, and it's just a yes or no question, that you have on and off used illicit drugs? Fair?
Fair.
All right. Okay, let's move to State Exhibit 227D. And pull that up so Mr. Grossman can see the date. All right. So do you see that these texts were on Valentine's Day 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recognized them as texts between you and Kouri. But do you recall specifically anything about that day, that Valentine's Day 2022?
I've tried to remember. I don't even know where we were, what we did that day. I don't think it was able to be extracted, or because I figured my, GPS would have been able to clue me in, but I don't.
Okay. So you don't even though the texts say you met up, you don't even remember if you met up?
If the text
let me rephrase
say that we met up, I assume we met up, unless the text say that hey, change of plans.
I would agree with you. The texts do say that. I'm just asking you if you have a memory of it, of the actual meetup.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So there wasn't anything about that day that Kouri did or said that caused that particular day, July 14th, 2022, to stand out in your memory. Fair?
Well, no, I can't remember where we were, and that's fair.
It's a while ago. Okay.
And it's not that nothing memorable occurred that day. I just don't remember, man.
Okay, that's fair. Let's look at State's Exhibit 229. And I believe it's the second and third page of those texts. So this is the next day, July 15th, 2022. And you maybe blow that up for Mr. Grossman. Is this page 2? Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to page 3. Yes, if we could blow those up. Okay, so this is where you tell Ms. Richins, I am in love with you.
Yes.
And go ahead, let's keep going. And she responds to you like you're actually in love with me. We're not just love each other like friends or an affair. You're in love with me, correct?
Right.
And that was February 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right. Let me take that down. Okay, I want to move to March of 2022. If we could pull up State's Exhibit 2-32D. I think it's page 3. And Kouri's text there. I can't see unless you blow it up. Okay, so this is the text, and this is on February 23rd, 2022. Do you see that at the bottom?
Yes.
And she's talking to you about the property that has ended up being called the Midway Mansion, right?
Yes.
And that she has a dream that you could, and actually I think she describes it in the text before. You can go to that. She has a dream about you two living in the mansion, and that that she could be divorced and you could live there and just have a farm and a number of things.
Yes.
Okay. And then we can go back to the other one. But then she tells you this isn't possible. It's just fun to dream about, right?
What you just highlighted, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So, Mr. Grossman, would it be fair to say that the talk about a future together between you and Kouri was really more a fantasy than a realistic expectation?
My opinion? You want my opinion on it?
Sure.
I'd say yeah. Yeah. More of something that maybe I thought I wanted, but didn't necessarily, like I couldn't picture it in the future, you know? I don't know if that answers your question.
It does answer my question. Okay, let's move on to 2-36D, State's Exhibit. And maybe we could blow this up and go through it a little bit. So these texts were on March 2nd, 2022, 2 days before Eric Richins' death, right?
Or a day before.
Yeah, about a day and a half, right? Because he died early morning, 2022, or March 4th. Okay, if we can scroll a little bit. A little farther. Now, in these texts, Ms. Richins is telling you that she's going to be closing on the property in Midway. Is that right?
I don't know. I'm happy to see that bottom one. Yes.
Okay. And this is the biggest deal that she's closed on, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say she was very excited about this property?
Yes.
And she says that she wants to get together with you on Friday to celebrate this closing, right?
Right.
And what was your plan on Friday to get together to celebrate?
We were supposed to meet sometime mid-morning for brunch. Brunch and mimosas was the plan.
Okay. Can we pull up States 238-D? If we go to the one where it says hang in there.
I don't picture him being a
Just a minute,
brunch
she'll pull up
guy.
the text in. Well, you can't see it on the screen. Okay, here we go. So, in 2022 in the evening, right?
Yes.
And Kouri implies that you're sad or having a difficult day, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember why you were sad? If you don't, that's fine, but if you do.
I don't.
Okay,
No, ma'am.
that's fine. And she tells you to just give her a few days and hang in there until Friday, correct?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. When she told you to hang in there till Friday, was that because she was planning on meeting you for brunch on Friday?
Yes.
Do you know why?
Hold on. Are you referring to Friday or to the last question?
Your Honor, the question that essentially asked what Kouri Richins was thinking by Friday.
I can rephrase it. It's
Please
fine.
do. Sustain. Thank you.
Okay. Why was she telling you to hang in there till Friday? What was going to happen on Friday?
All up.
Same thing.
Sustained us a speculation as to why Ms. Richins was waiting. The question regarding what he recalls was going to happen on Friday is permissible. If you'd answer that, sir.
The only thing I knew about Friday was brunch and mimosas. So,
Okay.
and the closing on the house. She was getting the keys that day.
So that was a big day.
Right.
Did she ever tell you that you were going to be together on Friday permanently?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think he can say yes or no. We're not asking what Ms. Richins said specifically.
It's very specific in that question. Sustained.
All right, let me ask it this way. Did you ever have the impression that come Friday, the two of you were going to be together forever?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on how he would get an impression.
I'm going to overrule that one. Go ahead, sir.
No.
Did you ever have any impression that as of Friday, Eric Richins would be out of the picture?
No.
All right. And then let's go to 239D1.
Well, there you go.
So
I'm
this is
voting
Friday, March 4th,
innocent.
the day you were supposed to meet for brunch, right? The beginning might be March 3rd, if I can see that.
Yeah, I'm just seeing 3-3.
Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, we can start right there. When you say it's official now, are you talking about the property or are you talking about something else? The Midway Mansion. What do you remember?
What was the text previous, please?
It was from you. It just says, I hope I get to see it. Do you know if you were referring to the mansion?
That's what it sounds like.
This man doesn't remember yesterday.
You'd have to go up another text.
Yeah.
But
Well, let's keep going. That's fine. I mean, if you don't remember for sure, I get that. Let's keep going. You can see that. Okay, maybe this helps put it in context because her response is the possibilities are so endless with that place. And I would run to love it as a business. I skipped a little, but that's the gist.
right.
Does that help you recall? Were you talking about the Midway Mansion on March 3rd of 2022?
If that text is directly following the ones in front of it, then yeah.
Okay. But then March 4th comes about, and this, we can skip down to this, skip this. And you two are supposed to meet for brunch, correct?
Yes.
But Kouri doesn't show up.
Right.
And you text her to see what's happening
Yes.
and why she isn't there.
Yes.
It's not like her to not show up.
It's not like her to be a minute late.
Okay. And that's when you find out that Eric Richins had passed away that early morning.
So I thought it was, my recollection, when she says brunch, I'm thinking 10 o'clock sharp, right?
Okay.
And I thought that I texted her because I could just sense, I could feel something was wrong because she was late. I hadn't heard anything from her. So I texted her, is everything okay? And she responded. That's when she told me. But like, I thought it was, how do I say it? I thought all.
Would you say there was a disturbance in the force? Kato Kalin, you're our only hope.
That would have happened prior to noon at least. But can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
But I was shown texts that say that it happened at 2 o'clock. But I thought it happened earlier. So your question was that morning. I don't know if it was that morning. I thought it was that morning, but I've seen texts that say 2 p.m. So.
All right. So your recollection is different time-wise as to what shows on these texts.
I think so. At one point in time, I asked for some texts of mine and hers so I could review them.
You asked who for some texts?
I was in a meeting. Miss Margaret provided them with me.
And by Ms. Margaret, do you mean the county attorney, Ms. Margaret Olson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But all I got was the month of March, but it was like that. So
What do you mean when you say it was like that?
It was thick. There were a lot of text messages that month. So I'm not faulting her for stopping there, but
I just want to make the record clear. You said you held your thumb and finger together about an inch. So you got about an inch worth of pages of text.
Right.
Okay.
And they were just for the month of March. And because I was trying to figure out what happened too,
Okay.
So I'm going through them and the timelines on them. I'm not saying this is the case, but to me, they appeared off by several hours. Like my text, something that I thought I sent at 11 a.m. would be.
So you're positing that there is an entire conspiracy rather than you just not having a very good grip on time as a concept. I mean, hey, I'll bite. It's 2026. Like anything could happen in this timeline. So, okay. I mean, it was doctored. You don't remember Yes-Dwember, but sure, this is a conspirosity.
4 p.m. or whatever the case was. And then I don't know if that was corrected, if I was doing bad math because of the time zones so I don't know. Time-wise, I don't know. Some of it doesn't.
You didn't know a love triangle
necessarily coincide with my memory, but I don't. But it might be corrected. I don't know.
When you say it might be corrected, what are you talking about?
Just that, like that one text, for instance, because I remember very clearly where I was at, which direction I was facing when I was told that he had passed. And I just remember it not being as late as what it says on the screen I don't know. Maybe I'm completely off, but that's my memory of it.
So you had wondered if what the time is on these texts is incorrect.
Right.
All right.
By several hours.
And you noticed this in a lot of texts? Or just these ones this day?
No, I think it was consistent amongst everything I looked at.
What was consistent? That the time was off?
So
That everything was just
your
pushed
math?
forward. You know better than I do. I don't know what they call the.
He said several things. So 6, 8 to 10 months after Eric's death, they were still together, and then they had a falling out. But this man is saying that his consistent lack of math skills is not a thing, but it's a conspiracy, and they have doctored his texts out of timeline. Sure.
The time difference, you got a +8 and all this.
Yes,
nonsense. I
the
don't know.
meridian.
So
Damn them with their +8 shenanigans. It's not even a 10. It's an 8. I mean, they left off the thumbs. How dare they?
Time. I turned to Alex because he's our phone guy. But yes, I do know what you're referring to. That sometimes on the phone is 7 or 8 hours ahead of when it actually happened, right?
Right.
Is that what you were referring to?
yes.
So you were just wondering why the times didn't seem to comport.
Right.
Okay. All right, that's fair. But let me ask you this. Was it March 4th that you found out that Mr. Richins had passed? March 4th of
Yes.
2022?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Were you surprised by that information?
Yes. Yep.
So you didn't meet up with Kouri as planned on March 4th, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see Kouri for a couple of weeks, approximately, give or take.
Yeah, I would guess 10 days to 2 weeks, something like that.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment, but can we quickly look at State's Exhibit 253D? Where, you know which one I'm looking for? Since you read my mind, Katie. All right.
You're gonna have to let me read it, but in my mind,
Well, go ahead and look at, right there where it's highlighted.
I didn't know what fentanyl was then, so I don't know if that's why it didn't stick, but I remember, I can go through and read all this if you want me to.
No, I just want to know if this is the text where she told you. I mean, you don't have to know what fentanyl is. Is this the text?
It's written right there.
All right. I just wanted you to confirm for the jury what the date of that text was.
4/15.
April 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right. Now let's go on to when you met with Ms. Richins a couple of weeks later and you drove up into the Uintas. Are you with me?
Yes.
All right. And you just testified about a conversation that you had with her at that time,
Yes.
right? And you told, well, let me back up. You were interviewed by, I don't know if it was by the prosecution or by their investigator in about the spring of 2023 about this case. Is that right?
It was warm outside. I don't remember.
Was it shortly after Kouri was arrested?
I think, yeah.
Okay. And that's when you told them about this conversation, right?
No.
When did you tell them about the conversation? Let me ask this question. You're the one that told them about this conversation. That information came from you, correct?
Yes.
Why did you tell them about this conversation?
Because I was trying to figure out what happened. And, oh man. So never for a moment did I have a clue, a hint, not a fleeting thought that something intentionally might have happened to him, right?
Right.
Let alone from her. So, I think we'd gone a year without speaking at that point, and I don't know if I turned on the truck radio and heard she wrote a book and wasn't surprised, but then I started.
No. I am fucking surprised because I read her text messages, and look, I thought I had a tenuous grasp on both grammar and sentence construction, but this woman is a weapon of mass destruction against the English language and syntax.
I listened to the interview she gave about her book, and then maybe I did some research on my phone and saw that she had just been arrested, or either she just got arrested, I don't know, days later, a week later.
Okay. And then do you recall who you met with when you talked about this conversation?
After I found that out, I was overwhelmed with, guilt, sorrow, over my wrongdoings, infidelity. And, and that's when I called. I was trying to get a hold of Eric's sister to tell her, I don't think she was home. I spoke with her husband instead, told him what I told him. And he told me, I forget the guy's name, but he said, I think there's somebody that would like to talk to you. And it was the Richins family private investigator. I think I called him immediately after I hung up, spoke with him. I don't recall the ins and outs of the conversation, but he told me that Kouri had done it, that she was guilty. He couldn't tell me why, but she and that changed everything for me. I was blown away. And then I'm like, looking at everything in our past with a different set of goggles on through different lenses. And I was trying to figure out if she did it and I could help, that's what I was going to do. And that's sometime after that, it wasn't the first time I met with the investigator. I think it was the second time or something. It dawned on me, oh man, what about that one time she asked me this? What about the time she said that?
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me just stop you just for a minute so I can ask a couple of questions. So Investigator Gabler, the family's detective, just told you she's definitely guilty.
I don't know if he used the word definitely, but said that
She did it.
right.
All right. So then you started thinking back with 20/20 hindsight about conversations,
All right.
which led you to think of the conversation in the Uentas. Fair?
Yes.
All right. Today, sitting here, when you think back on that conversation, does that conversation seem like it was a strange conversation to you?
Man, I can't tell one way from the other anymore. I've been confused for years,
This conversation was about more than just what you did in Iraq, right?
Yeah.
This conversation, was it about just life and death in general?
Yeah. It's about that. It's about lots of things. It was about the boys. It was about shooting a bow. It was about God. It was about supernatural stuff.
And at the time you were having the conversation, did it seem like a strange conversation back at the time it happened?
The fact that these two actually carried on a fucking conversation with the smooth brains that they had is actually a freaking monument to, well, the ingenuity of those two brain cells. Sorry, this woman's questions are hurting my brain.
The time it happened, her and I just experienced supernatural things. So no, there was nothing that was surprising at that. The talk was.
No, I need to know, what are the supernatural things? Did you see Bigfoot and or Mothman? Tell Bigfoot he owes me a game of Uno.
Not surprising.
So it was in context with things that were going on and that you were talking about at that time.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why you were talking about bow hunting? Why was that part of this? It seems a little different than the rest of the conversation.
She was talking about she was talking good things about Eric and how phenomenal of a man. And I don't know. And she mentioned it. How good her boys were, or I can't remember. One of them can, one of them can't at that time.
Bow hunt?
Well, I don't know. It was one of them was shooting a bow, one of them wasn't. I don't remember. But
so she wanted to learn to shoot a bow. Is that what that was about?
She did. She told me that.
Okay.
Or she already knew how. I don't remember.
Is Ashton Kutcher going to come out and tell me I'm being punked?
When you and Kouri were together, were you aware that Eric had an affair also?
I was told that.
All right. You'd mentioned during direct that you did work for Kouri here in Utah, and that sometimes she would just pay you in lump sums. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall?
I think she would pay him with her lady lumps. It's a song. It's by Fergie. I think Alanis Morissette actually did a cover, although that was really weird. But there you go. No, she paid him with her lady lumps, her lovely lady lumps, her lady humps, if you will.
A lump sum she paid you in the amount of $25,000 after Eric died?
I remember that lump sum. My timeline's pretty foggy though.
Okay.
I feel like it was after he passed. Yes.
Okay. And was that for a house that you flipped together that she felt she owed you money on?
Yeah, I think
Is that what you thought it was anyway?
that was, if not all of it, that was definitely a large part of it. I mean, I don't know. Yes.
You were aware that Kouri got a life insurance policy, right?
Yeah, she texted me one time. I believe she texted me. She just found out and sent a text like, look at this kind of thing.
And what was her reaction about receiving that life insurance?
I don't know. It was through text, I believe.
Well,
And she just seemed like surprised. Like it was unexpected.
it was unexpected she was going to get that policy, is what your impression was of her demeanor.
Yes. I'm sitting here right now. I mean, it's in the text messages though.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Kouri was protective of Eric and his reputation?
Yes.
So after Eric passed,
Yes, the wife who's sneaking out to hang out with her handyman / lover is really worried about her husband's reputation, because it doesn't seem like they were discreet. If Eric had a private investigator looking at her, I mean, he obviously must have gotten an inkling from somewhere, which means that she wasn't discreet. I don't think she was worried about Eric's memory.
away, did Kouri see you as often as before he passed away?
No. I mean, immediately thereafter, we didn't see each other at all for a little span of time. And then, no, I think she was doing things with other people, grieving, whatever she was doing. So,
Did she appear to change after he died?
yes. How so? Like, yeah, I mean,
No, she asked you the question, so you said yes. And then you can go on to clarify. She can't clarify. She didn't know. Oh my God, this man. It was students like him that got me in trouble.
Well, I was
think
hoping you could tell me how you thought she was different after his death.
I would just say in the normal ways that anybody would be different after something of that magnitude. I mean, the effect it has on her children and how she's got to handle that. You know, you can't go from that to talking to me on the phone and be the same, I don't assume.
Did she come across as happy that Eric was gone?
No.
Did she come across as grieving or sad?
Yeah. But I didn't see her in that window directly thereafter. But when I saw her,
Sweetie, Cletus, come here, sweetie. Come, sweetheart. Look, it's not your fault, but grieving takes more than 2 weeks. So even if you just only saw her or didn't see her in those 2 weeks, I can tell you I am still grieving 17 years later. So now that is because I did have, a bit of time where I was kind of just in survival mode. But yeah, grief isn't like a 2-week thing that you take FMLA and then it's over. Because sure as shit, I wish it was. Sign me up for 2 weeks of intense grief and then it's over with. And I just remember the good. Sign me up for that, cruise. But no, sweetheart, 2 weeks does not.
I think it was more sporadic than usual. But yeah, there were times where, she was been out of shape in front of me.
All right. And you said you couldn't remember how long you continued to see each other after Eric passed away, but does 3 or 4 months sound close?
I don't know, because it was so sporadic. It was like a chunk here, a chunk there. But I thought it was longer. I thought it was 6 to 10.
All right.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. But But then,
Well, every guy says it's longer. 6, 10. Just tell us it's cold. It's not like we're going to have a ruler with us.
Kouri ended the relationship, correct?
Right.
And you, what was your feeling about ending the relationship? I mean, were you sad?
Yeah.
Did Kouri, though, appear to have made up her mind? It was just done?
I don't know. I think she liked me. So what? I mean, yeah, it appeared as though it's done.
What? Sir, take the L. She broke up with you. You got broke up by, look, it's not an L. A crazy, allegedly murderous cahoon, broke up with you. It's kind of like you dodged a bullet, not like, I think she still digs me.
Done, but who knows?
It was done, right?
Yeah, it was ultimately.
I mean, after that, you stopped seeing each other, correct? And did you?
This is the
So you're saying there's a chance.
first time I've seen her since that day. So
Which was either late 2022 or early 23. You don't remember for sure.
I don't know. It was
Well, it sounds like probably in 2022.
it was cold outside, so it was late.
What is the timeline with this? Every single witness, well, it was snowing out, so I'm guessing it was somewhere near winter. Does anyone have a calendar? Possibly. Could anyone give us a timeline that isn't seasonal or seasonally affected? Seriously, honest to God, what is this trial?
The same year that Eric passed,
Okay.
it was the end of that year. That's when it was, or the very beginning of the next.
Did you exchange more text messages after that, or was that it?
Not that I can recall. I don't know.
I really can't stay. Eric is dead, it's okay. I've got to go home. Baby, he's already gone. I really can't stay. There's an investigation on. I have to go. In the name of good Lord.
I just have one moment.
I ought to say no, no, no. At least I'm gonna say that I tried.
Thank you, Mr. Grossman. I don't have anything further.
So when you and Kouri Richins were in the Uintas 10 to 14 days after Eric's died, we were talking about a lot of things, right?
Yes, primarily that, because I hadn't even spoken to her hardly. So I was trying to see how she felt. You know what I mean?
And when you were talking about Eric and bow hunting and the boys, part of what you were talking about was what a phenomenal father he was, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Phenomenal father. Yeah.
Please listen to me.
Sorry.
It's okay. Did Kouri give you an impression about how she felt that the boys had lost their phenomenal father?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Can we approach?
Sure.
Sidebar, get your sidebar. It's a sidebar. Get a sidecar. I don't even know what a sidecar is. I need to ask Steve Gosney. Y'all, I miss Law Rax. He was trying to teach me all about fancy bourbon and all of that. And he was so knowledgeable and kind because y'all know I'm like a clearance booze person. So definitely miss him. Need to figure out what a sidecar is.
May we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, Sean.
Sir, you are free to go.
Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you for your patience.
All right.
Please watch your step. Mr. Bloodworth, appropriate time to recess for the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, your actually, would one lawyer from each side please approach regarding scheduling? a.m. tomorrow morning. Between now and then, please maintain some discipline.
So I am going to stop this stream. I have one set up for 1:30, and I have sent Nick an invite for that one. I just want to be able to keep the days separated. So if anyone kind of comes in and wants to watch the trial, they'll kind of know where we are since we're doing this a bit, you know, uh, this way and that way, just to do at our own pace. So I will be sending you guys over there. Nick does have an invite, and we will be getting into today. Hopefully, we'll get to lunch because we will go at 1.25. It does look like there are a lot of sidebars, at least from what I've been kind of scrolling through. So I will see you guys over there. Thank you so much for joining me. And look, I'm sure, Mr. Grossman, if you saw any other bit of this trial and my jokes, you aren't going to want to hear from me. But honest to goodness, yeah, you messed up. You slept with a married woman. Learn from it. You seem like you're a deeply emotional and sensitive, hardworking person. And I hope you can move forward and, you know, use your life for something good and meaningful and not get mired in the quagmire of guilt. But I will see you guys in just a little bit. I'm going to eat my pizza and then get ready to tackle day 9 in this trial. I have to say that this was quite damning. The texts were very, very damning for Kouri because it does appear that she uses people. You could tell that he was much more invested in the relationship than she was. She controlled everything. And it's definitely noticeable that she seems to use people that are down on their luck, that need her or see her as a savior or someone greater than. So that is an interesting sort of dynamic. And I do wonder if she is adjudicated guilty, how she's going to react when she learns that there's no rich people prison for Kouri. Please let her and Lori be roommates. I will see you guys in just a little bit. Have fun. Thank you guys so much. Bye.